appreciate one another as councillors and as in council and as well as in our respective oversight committee, irrespective of age and political affiliation, we can achieve a lot in relation to service delivery and development. I also want you to know that some of us who worked very well closely with you in this council know and appreciate the contribution you made on our attempt to improve the quality of life of the residents of Tswana. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with this House that Alderman Derek Christendoth is one of some of us who played a huge role in monitoring the construction of Mamelodi Fire Station to ensure that it sees a light at the end of the day. And today, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that that fire station is complete and fully operational, and we are thankful for that contribution, Mr. Derek Christendoth. In closing, Speaker, I want to say to Alderman Christendoth that wherever he goes, he must always remember that this council have noted and also appreciate the contributions that he has made for the residents of Tswana as we attempt to improve their living condition. So go well, Derek, go and enjoy yourself, go and sit with your family, and but know that, and also send that message to your family that this robust council knows and appreciates your contribution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, DA. Now we give an opportunity to EFF. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker, the honorable members of this particular House. Speaker, is with great sadness that we find ourselves where we are. You know, Speaker, as much as we want to say our goodbye to Councillor Christendoth, we are cognizant of the fact that this man was pushed away by factions in Action SA. This man is not living because he has done what he wanted to do and sought to do. The truth shall set us free. We are not here to please any white man or woman for that matter, wearing leggings there in Cape Town. We know very well that this man here, over here, was #1 suspect. This man, by the time we did a very revolutionary operation in Midrand of a lie detector, we found...
Sorry, Council. Councillors. Okay. Councillors. There is one thing that I'm not going to tolerate, to be howled at. I'm not going to tolerate that. Just raise your hand, then wait for me to recognize you. Just raise your hand. Yes, I'm going to recognize you now without howling. It's absolutely unnecessary. Okay, can you hold on, Councillor? Over to you, and then Councillor Pillay, point of order.
Please.
No, noted. Councillor Pillay. Can I also announce that some of the mics are not working? So don't be surprised if your mic is not working. They are working on that. They are dealing with that. Councillor Pillay.
Alderman Christendoth, so you should retract that about factions, because I agree with Councillor Thabo and everyone. We're not in a campaign. He's going on a retirement. Thank you.
Noted. Can I address the point of order first, Councillor Matebula? Then I'll noted you. Then after that, Alderman Maluleka. Councillor Ratukwan, can you withdraw the faction part of the action essay that is pushing? Councillors, can we make this farewell as easy as possible?
Speaker,
Councillors, noted Alderman Maluleka. Councillor Matebula.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Makalen. Councillor Makalen. Councillor Makalen. Councillor Makalen. Councillor Makalen, can you take a seat? Thank you. Councillor Matebula.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You are asking our whip to withdraw the word faction. Why should he withdraw the word faction? Is it a wrong word to say in this house? Which rule did he break, Speaker, by saying faction? And we know in Action SA there is factions.
Were you raising your hand to ask that question, or you were raising your hand to make your point? Councillor Alderman Maluleka.
Oh, no, thanks, Speaker. Good morning. Speaker, don't allow yourself to be dragged into things that do not belong to you. Farewell speech is subjective. But let me remind you what faction is in dictionary. It's a small group that is organized, that has a dissenting view, especially in politics. So that's the definition. They have factions. Why are you worried when people have factions? Therefore, he can say nice things that you like or they like. Allow him to have his views. They can't be kept. Therefore, Easternwood doesn't belong to Easternwood belongs to a faction that was led by Tahu. We know he was in the faction that was led by Tahu. That's why they're removing him. Therefore, don't allow to be dragged into the smaller squabbles of the coalition. And then mistake us with you.
Thank you very much. Listen, councillors. Listen, councillors. This is the farewell speech. Farewell speeches, right? Can we stop all these point of orders and point of information? Allow this process of farewell speeches to proceed. Can we do that? Now I'm asking Councillor Ratukwan. Councillor Ratukwan, finish your speech. We are continuing now. Councillor, I'm not on this point. I'm not going to take any point of orders. Can we continue with the farewell? Come on, Councillor. Councillor, can we proceed, please? Councillors, Councillor Ratukwana, continue. The only person that is allowed to speak now is Councillor Ratukwana, no one else. Councillor Khosi, this is just a farewell speeches. It's a farewell speeches, goodbye speeches. I am not right. Okay, leave that to me, Councillor. I'll deal with it. This is as an honorable man that we are saying goodbye to. So let me be in charge of that. So I'm not Councillor Khosi. I'm not taking any point of orders until we are finished with this item. Let's finish this item. Allow the speeches of farewell to go ahead. Then we'll address other issues that we don't agree on. But it's not that time now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, let us not drag issues that are neither here nor there. It's not the first time in this House we raise an issue about people who are being pushed out, lie detector tests, and all that. And also, Speaker, we are cognizant of the difficulty that the councillor is going through. We cannot sit as councillors, sit and pretend like we don't see what is happening. One faction will emerge, which is the faction of Herman Mashaba. The rest are going to plunder. That's why they cannot go to elections. They are rather going for policy conference. There is no conference that will ever happen. So, Councillor Kisindo, please remain strong, my brother. The door of the EFF is there. We also have a labor desk. In an event that there is a problem, we're able to assist you. Do you ever feel intimidated nor threatened by any other faction, even inside the HNSA? Thank you very much and goodbye.
FF plus.
Nonsense.
FF plus.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Councillor, I said on this item, I'm not taking point of informations and point of orders. Let's give the respect to Councillor Kisindo as he deserves. So if I refuse this side, I'm refusing on this side as well. So let's continue with this item. Please, please, Councillor, please. I said no to point of orders and no of information this side. I am saying the same thing on this side. Let's finish. Let's finish this item. I'm just calling the FF plus. I don't know what assistance. Councillors, Councillor Matebula, Councillor Matebula. I refuse Councillor Khosi to give a point of order. So I cannot, no, Councillor Matebula. No, how do you know that there was no order? I'm not, Councillors, Councillor FF plus, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of our colleague, and I'm tempted to refer to Alderman Kiesendoet as brother Derek Kiesendoet, because I learned to know him as a brother. He always greeted us in the name of our Lord, and that always reminded us that we have a duty as Christians to be like salt and be like light, whatever we do, even here in council, and that I will never forget. I always, if I think of Alderman Kiesendoet, of him as a person of reconciliation, he took the biblical principle of reconciliation very serious. And in whatever he was doing, in different committees, even when he was MMC, when he was working with us in different committees, and even with me as a chairperson at this point in time, he was always promoting reconciliation. And that I will never forget about him. And this is an example that we can take from him. I admire him when I learned more about him when I was with him in Mako. I always admired his knowledge that he gathered over a period of time, especially in the city of Tshwane. He knows the city. He knows what happened before, and he was involved in so many political developments. So it is a pity that we are losing him now, that he's leaving us. It's not for nothing that he was crowned to be alderman. It's not just because he served in Mako, but because of the years that he served the council, and by serving the council, served the people of the city. we really also admired him and were grateful for the leadership that he was entrusted in his last role as a councillor in the coalition member Action SA. He was a leader there up until now, and he will be so, I believe, till the end. And we really appreciate what he has been doing there. It was always good to deal with him and work with him as a leader of a fellow coalition party. We are grateful that Alderman Kiesendut is with us today after he's gone through a terrible illness before with the problems he had. We're grateful that God saved him, spared his life, that he could still be with us during these days. From the Freedom Front Plus, we ask the Lord to bless him, and we really trust that he will enjoy a deserved period of rest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Action SA.
Relax. Honorable Speaker, may I greet you and the House as we bid farewell to the giant of our politics. I have known Alderman Kiesendut for quite a short period of time. When I joined last year, he's one of those.
Councillors, Councillor Matebula. Councillor, please. Don't respond. Don't respond. Over.
No, I don't need it.
Councillor Matebula.
From
Quiet. Quiet. Councillor. 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 I was dealing with Matebula, then you howled at me. Stop that. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it. Over to you, Councillor.
I don't need protection from emptiness. I don't. I have been in politics before some of these people were born. Let me proceed. Speaker, as we bid farewell to Alderman Kiesendut, I'd like to look.
Councillors, can we allow the councillor to speak? You had your time, and no one disturbed you. Can you be quiet, councillors? Over to you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Kiesendut, as I bid farewell to you, my brother, I remember the first time I came here, you called me to your office and you imparted a little knowledge. I remember when you said to me, get in there and join the team and make sure that this is a strong team. I remember your words kindly when you said to me, I will always support you. I will always make sure that this team sings from the same hymn book. It doesn't sit very well to me that you are now leaving us. But I can tell you one thing. I can tell.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillors, come on. We are adults here. Allow the councillor to have space to speak without being disturbed, please. Councillor.
Speaker, don't worry. Everything happens for a reason. There's a reason why this is happening. We're not children. We're not in a kindergarten here. We're here to do a job, and we'll do the job. Councillor Alderman Kiesendut, anybody Anybody that thinks that you belong to a faction doesn't actually know you. Doesn't know you. You never belonged to any faction. You killed anything that was supposed to become a faction. You made sure that everyone, every member of this party in this house respected each other, looked at each other, and wherever there was a mistake, you insisted that people apologize to each other. Every house has its own challenges, and we are not immune from any challenges. To you, Alderman Kisindu, I remember when you were in hospital, there was a point in time where your foot was supposed to be cut. And we got there with my colleague Dipalo and we prayed. There was a point in time where your foot was bleeding nonstop. We kneeled down, we prayed, because we believe that everything that happens is through God's will. You and I and Dipalo were always together. And I say to you, say, go well. Go well. We will always think of you. I know where you stay. I will forever come to your space. You've said to me, whatever I need, whatever assistance I need, you are available. Go well, sir. Go rest. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Matebula. Councillor Matebula. Councillor Matebula and Councillor Ratukwan. Please, can we proceed in a proper way? Thank you very much. We are calling ACTP.
I bid farewell to a friend, a colleague, a brother, a leader, Alderman Derek Kissendorf. It is both a feeling of sadness and a celebration to see you off. Before you move to Action SA, I had the privilege to serve with you in the NEC of the ACDP, and I found you to be a man of integrity in your portfolio as a national treasurer, who served for 20 years and has generated handsome amounts of donations as well. I've had the privilege of being in local government for just over a year. Even here, I found you to be very generous with your time and information. You served in government for 18 years and a whopping 43 years in politics. What a journey. My new journey with you from now will continue in some of your projects, and I will say, in the words of Mandela, you are just beginning. Once again, I bid you a farewell befitting to that of a statesman and an honorable man. God bless you. Thank you.
No, yeah, Speaker, but we would like to also.
Thank you very much. No, Councillor Netu, no. You are out of order. You are out of order. Cope, 3 minutes.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, as the new councillor in the city of Tshwane, I've not known the elderman for a considerable period of time. However, on behalf of COPE, we'd like to wish him well. There's a saying that we are able to show love when we are able to let go. So with love, we like to let him go, and we hope that he will be of value in his next destination. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning, all colleagues. Firstly, really, as Good Party, we really want to farewell Councillor Christian for the contribution that you did make over the years. Though we didn't work, I didn't personally work with you directly, but the way it sounds like, the way you were doing your work with integrity and with pride. So as Good Party, we say, okay, we wish you well in your future. If you have to go and rest, so be it. But we're saying that you've done your part and we're bidding you farewell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IFP.
Thank you, Speaker. It was a great experience to serve with Alderman Kissendorf. For this short space of time, I served with him in the CMC. I want to thank him for every advice he gave, and I wish to extend all the best wishes towards your departure, Alderman. And I would like to say, long live and long live and long live, Alderman. Thank you.
Long live. Thank you very much. PA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. From the Patriotic Alliance to Alderman Kishendorf, thank you for your contribution to politics and to humanity. May we all aspire to be like you, sir. Be proud of what you've accomplished, the person that you are, and the difference you have made in lives of those that you have touched. Seasons come and go, but your legacy is forever, as legacy is not something you leave behind, but what you leave within others. What you leave behind is what you are leaving behind, and what lies ahead is more important. Happiness is knowing that you've achieved your goals, and because of you, the world is a better place. Or rather, the very least, our place. You will be missed, and thank you and best wishes for the future, and best of luck to you on your next chapter. Salute.
Thank you very much, PAC.
Thanks very much, Speaker. From the PAC of Azania, we say farewell to the Honorable Councillor Kissendorf. Your contribution to the city of Tshwane has been mentioned by those who knew for a longer period. Much has been said, and how you were brought to the struggle of an African child, despite your political affiliation. We wish you all the best, all the way from here to your desired destination. You were such a valuable member of this council. Go well and goodbye. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. RCT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alderman Kissendorf, we've had the opportunity to serve in this council for quite a number of years together. I will always remember you for your quiet dignity and courtesy. And we have had a number of good conversations over the years. I wish you well in your retirement. Your professional career in this council might be over, but life has not ended yet. And I wish you a long and good time in retirement. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much, RCT. Now I will give to Alderman Kissendorf to have his farewell speech to us. Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. I greet you all in the loving name of the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Today is indeed a sad day for me in a way that I say goodbye. But in the same token, I'd like to thank every councillor who passed the good words and well wishes. I appreciate each one of you. And I know the number of years that I served. Firstly, I would like to say my starting in politics started at a very young age. When I was 15, 16, I joined the ANC on the 15th of December,
1977, and I served with them till 2001. And in 2001, I joined ACDP, and I served with ACDP for 20 years in all positions, from branch chairman up to the regional chair, then provincial chair, the NEC, and also MANCOM, which is the highest order, the top 6 of the ACDP. I was the national treasurer for them for a period of time, and I was also invited again to join them if I so wished to do so, because the president did speak to me. But however, in everything I do, I would like to give off my best. In the years, this is my 18th year in council, and I'd like to say thank you from everybody that I heard that I did make an impact. I did leave a legacy in the city. There were many issues and many things that had happened, and the many times that I tried my very best to unite this council. In the 18 years, I served 10 years in finance committee, 10 years arts, sports and culture. I served a short time with economic development and also roads and transport. And when economic development, I remember the one highlight was I pushed for the council to allow an international conference to take place in our city, to show the rest of the world what Swanee could offer. I remember in the very first meeting, the MMC asked and singled me out in the meeting to say, this international conference is due to Derek Sundat to make this possible, that our city could be showcased around the world. So that was one of the highlights in that committee. And then in the finance committee, I really enjoyed working there for many years. I remember one of the councillors, Prof. Redlingace, would phone me sometimes 1 at 11, 12 at night to ask me, Alderman Kissendat, what is your views on this item? He was one of the very few councillors I met with that read every page of his reports. And I would give him an idea of say, Prof, I think it will be in this manner. And he said, Alderman, I like what you have just said, and I'm going to do the same tomorrow in the committee meeting. So that was some of the interesting times in the committees. I served both in Section 80 committees and the Section 79 committees. In 2016, I got an opportunity to become the MMC, and I left. I was a CEO of a listed company, a Johannesburg listed company, and I gave that up to leave a legacy in the city of Swanee. And I took this job over with a drop of almost 600,000 in my salary. When leaving, the company board asked me to please remain, and they were willing to increase my salary by 25,000 a month. But I said, it's not the money that I'm leaving for. It wasn't for money. I was wanted to do something for the city of Swanee. And with the experience that we built, I was very excited that we will continue. And when I became MMC for community safety, we were blessed as the city and the staff of Metro Police that we earned 7 provincial awards. 6 for the 3 portfolios that there were 9 up for grabs, and we managed to get 6 out of the 9. And we got the drill squad award also for the best drill squad in the province. And that was quite interesting. And my biggest achievement was when I came into as an MMC in 2016, I remember speaking to the mayor and saying, EM, we need to do something. And he asked me what it was. I said, I want you to create a meeting in your boardroom with these various companies. And so we did. He said, okay, Alderman, we will arrange for that. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, our EM was also part of the meeting that day. And the issue was the smart meter project. So I spoke to him, and then they spoke to us. They told us how good this system was going. And then I said to the mayor, that state mayor, I think it's time we say thank you to these people that came from various directors from different companies. And the mayor said, okay. And he said, you all heard the alderman. He is the MMC, and you all are now excused. And when they were excused, he asked me, now you happy? I said, no. EM, I would like you to phone the MMC of community, MMC for finance, and put a stop to all payments thereafter. And he did that. He picked up the phone in that boardroom. He spoke to the MMC and said, all these companies put a hold to the payments because we are not happy with certain things. And he did that, and with the help of our EM, in November 2017, the matter went to court, and our EM at that stage was the MMC for Corporate Insured Services. So the judge ruled in our favor, the favor of the city of Swanee. And we, at that stage, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we had about 2.7 billion rands in the suspect's account. And the judge made it clear that we can do as we please with that money in the city and use it for the development of the city. And he even gave us the instruction to go for more. And hopefully that is still going to happen, and we will get more of the funding. The idea behind it is not anything that Derek has done. I think I just thank the favor of the Almighty God that he had the favor over me, that we would have achieved these things. Yes, as Councillor Makafela has just said, the Mamelodi fire station was one of my dreams. And the reason for that I asked was, how is it possible that people in that area do not get emergency reaction immediately when there's shack fires and so forth in the area? So the idea was to create a fire station closer to the residents of that area. And after speaking and talking to everybody concerned, the approval was given that we can build a fire station in Mamelodi. And today we have a fire station. And in my desire, it was just not only a fire station, it was a fire station with the Metro Police officers within. The idea was whenever there is an emergency, the Metro Police will lead the emergency vehicles to the desired disaster place and fire. So that happened, and I thank God for that, because it was something that I would like to have seen done. Then the next thing was with the emergency services, I worked very hard to get the best red fleet in the country. We were fortunate, it took a long time until everything was approved. Then by 2019, the city of Swanee had the best red fleet in the country. So much so that we even assisted Johannesburg when they had the fires in the buildings and so forth. And I'm happy that we have managed to get that right. There's many other things. When I went into health, as MMC of Health, we managed to achieve and we were the only metro in the country to have all our clinics compliant. And yes, there's still a long way to go. There's a lot more work still to be done to get our clinics to a 24-hour service areas. But going forward, I thank everybody for the time that they have given me and allowed me to serve in this city. And in the same token, I would like to say to the EM, now it's your role to make an impact for our beautiful city. And one of the ways I thought of that will create that impact, I know we have the coalition partners meeting. I think you will need to at least bi-monthly is to have a meeting with all political party and all political party leaders. So if you have that meeting, sorry.
Councillor Matebul. Councillor Matebul, please. Please sit down. Continue, Alderman.
I think you have what it takes, and I'm so happy to see that our city manager is here also. Swanee is a very big ship, and the people, the crew of the ship is you as a captain, and your executive officer is a city manager who would make an impact, and the rest, the councillors in this house and all officials are the crew. We are ready to serve the people and the residents of Swanee. I know we went through a tough time at the moment, but I'm sure with your two at the helm, you would change the situation of the city. Our finances will improve. our citizens and our residents of the city of Swanee will have a better life. And together with all parties, political parties seated here, and if we can bring that together, a unity amongst all parties, we all have certain roles, but I think the idea, EM, for you to take this ship forward will mean you need to speak to all political, the ANC, which is the largest party, the DA was second, and the EFF and other parties, together jointly, we can make the city to be the envy of the world, not only in South Africa. And you have got the experience, you've been the MNC with us, we've seen you have the potential, you're an advocate. So on that side, you have the academic backing, you have the experience that we have built up all these years, and I'm sure together with the city manager, this will be the best city in South Africa. I wish you and I pray the good Lord gives everyone divine wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to run this beautiful city of ours to the heights that God has destined us to be. We have issues, but the issues can be resolved. We have squatter camps, the squatter camps can be resolved. People of city of Swanee will be blessed to have this council, the 214 councillors in this chambers that will make an impact and a difference for the city of Swanee. At this point, I want to say, God bless you all, and I thank you.
Can we all rise, please? Even in the gallery, can we all rise? Thank you very much. Please be seated. Off the record, EM, Executive Mayor, off the record. If you were for me, I would say after this meeting, let's have a barbecue to celebrate the Alderman Kiseno. And again, let's give him the round of applause once more. Thank you very much, councillors. As I have indicated earlier on, that we were waiting for the school kids. Now that they have arrived, allow me to go back to that item. The reason why I'm asking this is because there are a lot of activities that we have prepared for them. So they will stay with us probably for 30 minutes just to watch the proceedings. Then after that, they go out. The teams are waiting for them there. There are a lot of activities that will be taking place. Honorable councillors, I have invited 50 girls learners from Winterfeld High School in line with the Take a Girl to Work program to observe the proceedings of our council meeting. They are seated at the gallery, and I have allowed one or two of the learners to address the council on more than a day. Innovate ways in which gender equality and girl-child empowerment can be advanced. And her name is Onalina Sehule and Sana Mbata. They will be giving us their speeches today, but can I ask the House or the councillors to welcome my guests all the way from Ward 24 in Winterfeld. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We are going to allow them to deliver their speeches. They wanted to talk to us. They wanted to raise the issues that they have. I allow 5 minutes to each, so that they give their speech. And the lady next to them is the principal in that school. Let me say, Executive Mayor and the councillors, this is a school that I have a passion about it. This is a school as a councillor that I have adopted, that when they have challenges, they are able to contact me so that I can help them with the help of Councillor Chris in Ward 24. So if you remember MMC Matebe, when you were still the agriculture MMC, this is the school that was asking for willy beans. Then you have arranged that and you made it possible for them to receive the beans. Thank you so much for that. Now, let's give to the young lady to address us. Over to you.
Greetings to you all. I go by the name of Unalin Nasuhule, and it gives me great pleasure to address the House at large. It is an honor and privilege for a grade 12 Winterfeld High School learner to be standing amongst the great accolades in South Africa. I am truly honored and will forever be grateful for this experience. I believe that education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, and that a child of a farm worker can become the president of the great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another. I would like to share with you some of my encounters as a 2023 matriculate. Is grade 12 difficult? Yes, probably the most stressful year of schooling. This is the year that I determine my future. Managing time is one of the things that I struggle with. Ever since in grade 10, and now I'm in grade 12, I find it hard to find a balance between my studies and my day-to-day life. Being a matriculate comes with a high academic workload, excessive homeworks, and it is a must that I do all my work, as this will help me be more prepared in terms of writing my exams. But time is one thing that does not allow me to do such, especially with a problem that we are currently facing of load shedding. It just makes things more worse. One cannot study adequately at home. Even commuting to school, it is a problem. When traffic lights fail, it causes traffic jams, which causes students to be late at school. Load shedding has indeed a negative impact on education. Have you ever been in a situation where you have to choose between your safety and education? Every day, and I mean literally from Monday until Sunday, I have to choose between being home safe or getting the education that I want, and I choose to be educated. As a teenage girl who is being raised by a single parent, who have no job, who depends on her child's social grant, I cannot afford a school transport in order to attend the morning classes that are held in the mornings and in the afternoons. But that does not stop me from attending those classes. Despite the dangers of hitchhiking, I hike every single day just to get the education that I want. And we all know that with hiking as a young woman in South Africa, a lot can go wrong. I'm talking human trafficking, femicide, and rape. It is estimated that over 40% of South African women will be raped in their life, and only 1 in 9 rapes will be reported. And it is also estimated that 14% of perpetrators of rape are convicted in South Africa. I was almost a statistic in South Africa, and that made me fear being in close contact with men. So could you imagine what I have to go through every time I receive a lift from a male person? It's a lot. Anxiety will be hitting like nobody's business. I'm also worried about my life after matric. With the increasing in student fees and application scores, it just adds to my worries on whether will I make it in the future or will I even make it in the university or not. The pressure to do well academically also hits. Utata Nelson Mandela said that young people must take it upon themselves to ensure that they receive the highest education possible so that they can represent us well in the future as future leaders. Hence, we saw the students of the University of Wits forming a Fees Must Fall movement. The movement started in mid-October 2015 to stop the increase in student fees and to increase the government funding of universities. Until today, the fees are still high. More than half of the youth, 51% of them, have no money to pay for their studies and they end up being unemployed. Stats SA today said the rate of unemployment inched up by slightly 0.2% from 32.7% in the fourth quarter of 2022 to 32.95% in the first quarter of 2023. With the increase in student fees and the unemployment rate, I also fear that I will end up being a statistic in South Africa. Pratibha Patil said, Parliament of the country is the repository of the sovereign will of the people, and its successful functioning is a joint responsibility of both the government and the opposition. I would like to thank everyone of the Parliament for being present here and for giving me this opportunity to tell and share my challenges with you. Grade 12 has its own challenges. It is stressful, but I believe it doesn't have to be. Through hard work and determination, I believe we can do it, and I also can do. Thank you.
Greetings to you all. My name is Sanambata, and today I want to share with you the challenges that we face as Winterveld Highlanders coming from Winterveld communities and as a young woman living in South Africa. The challenges that we face at school are drugs, shortage of furniture, electricity, limited resources, and water. At school, we have many learners who are using drugs, and you find the most of them end up using drugs because of peer pressure, or they want to fit in and have a sense of belonging. And because some of them are coming from poor families, abusive backgrounds, so they end up using drugs as a tool to numb whatever situation they're struggling with at home. The usage of drugs affects us because those learners who are using drugs, they are affected by that. I think what makes these learners take drugs is the fact that the community of Winterveld is very poor. We don't have role models to look up to, and there are many child-headed homes, and children do as they please because there is no adult who will instill discipline in those homes. I think this problem can be resolved by having activities in the community that we as young people can do so that we can be busy with other things besides our schoolwork so that we won't find time to do drugs. The shortage of furniture also affects us the most because when tables and chairs are short, learners have to share. You find 3 to 4 learners using a single desk and chairs sometimes, and sometimes others end up sitting on the floor. This affects us because the class is overcrowded and the teacher can't teach or can't give all of us the attention that we need. Also, if the classes are overcrowded, it becomes difficult for some teachers to discipline the class. I think these challenges can be resolved by maybe teachers by maybe having extra classes built for us and more furniture provided so that all the learners who don't have furniture will have their own. And also if there are classes built there won't be any overcrowding in that way. Teachers will be able to teach and know the performance of individual learners. We also have the challenge of electricity in our community. When there's no electricity, learners who are doing science and consumer studies are unable to cook and do experiments when there's no electricity and water. The challenge that we face as the community of Winterfell is unemployment, long distance work, load shedding, and water. Most people that live in Winterfell community are unemployed. What causes unemployment is when learners don't focus at school because of peer pressure or family issues, which leads to learners dropping out of school or achieving without proper pass requirements, and they end up not being able to go to higher institutions, which leads to them being unemployed. Many people who travel long distances when they are going to work end up resigning from work because in our community, taxes come at a particular time and when workers have to travel a long distance to their job, which leads to them arriving late at work and they end up getting a lot of warnings. Others, they end up resigning at work, seeing that there is no point of them going to work if they're going to spend their money paying a taxi fare instead of paying off their debts and providing for their families. The challenge that we face as young women living in South Africa is GBV and teenage pregnancy. It is no longer safe to be a woman in South Africa because we are always in fear of our lives. Many women are killed every day and those cases are never solved. I come from a community of Winterfell where I live far from school, and since I'm doing maths and science, sometimes I have morning and afternoon classes and I get scared when I'm traveling alone. So sometimes I find myself having to choose between my future and my safety, since it is not safe to be walking alone in our community. Teenage pregnancy is very high in our community and school. I think the reason for this is because our community is very poor. So many young girls date older guys because they want money. And they end up being pregnant and left with the guys because they end up teenage pregnancy is very high in our community and school. I think the reason for this is because our community is very poor. So many young girls date older guys because they want money and they end up being pregnant and left with the child alone. And that increases unemployment because some of the girls are not fortunate in having parents who will look after their kids, so they drop out of school and they have no job to do. When I was looking at the situation, especially the one in our school, that I think maybe if the Speaker of the Council can help us with some resources. For example, since I'm doing science, it is very difficult for us to do practicals because of limited resources. We will really appreciate if the Speaker can help us with that. Also, in our school, we don't have a computer lab, and it is very difficult for us because you find that other learners don't even know how to turn on the computer, and when they are going to university, they have a very difficult time using computers because they don't have knowledge of them. Thank you very much.
Speaker, Speaker, just a minute, Speaker. Point of information. Point of information, Speaker.
Councillors, 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 please, may I have your attention? May I have your attention? I'm going to give a 10 minutes break so that we engage with the kids. Then we'll come back after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Speaker, just a moment. As the EFF, we would like to encourage the kids to submit their essays on the website that we are going to provide to their principals. They stand a chance to win 40,000 rands. I think the first speech there was very touching. She can stand a chance to win that 40,000 so that they can improve their school's resources there. They have a problem with the computers there. And I think we can do something as the EFF. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Noted, Councillor, noted.
See, there is power.
Ndiyakufuna wena. I want to say you, I want to talk to you. Not now, not now. Councillors, thank you very much. Can we take our seats, please, so that we proceed? Let's take our seats, councillors. Let's continue with our agenda. Honorable councillors, Section 8.2 of the Rules and Orders provides for the Speaker to allow, at the Speaker's discretion, to bring forward of any business on the agenda after the matter referred to in paragraph A2E of Section 8.1 have been considered. In accordance with Section 8.2 of the Rules and Orders, immediately after the Executive Mayor have submitted his reports to the Council for consideration, I will bring forward the debate of the State of Capital Address. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the ordinary meeting, council meeting of 26 January 2023 for approval. As approved. Honorable councillor, I now put to you the minutes of special council meeting of 13 March 2023 for approval. Approved. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of ordinary council meeting of 26 April 2023 for approval. Approved. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of special council meeting of 18 May 2023 for approval. Approved. Now I give upon to the Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to you, and Honourable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honourable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, the Chief Whip of Council, Leader of the Executive Business, members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of all political parties represented in the Council, Honourable Aldermen and Councillors, City of Tshwane officials, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you a warm welcome from my side to this ordinary council meeting, and also to wish fellow councillors a very good Africa Day. Also, very special best wishes to our guests from Winterveld High School who addressed us. Honourable Speaker, yesterday I spoke in my capacity as the DA leader on the same topic, but today allow me to express my condolences as Executive Mayor with the families of the victims of the cholera outbreak in Hammanskraal. We are still to determine the exact source of this outbreak, and in this regard, there are continuous engagements with epidemiologists at the National Institute of Communicable Diseases, as well as cooperation with Gauteng provincial health authorities, as well as through our command center with other spheres of government. Although these tests are still outstanding, what this outbreak has brought into sharp relief is the long-standing issue of the quality of water in Hammanskraal as supplied by the city of Tshwane. Much of this issue will be addressed in the budget debate, the process around that. But we believe that the city of Tshwane can make a significant first step in a broader partnership to achieve the upgrade of the Rooiwal wastewater treatment plant. Whether that cooperation is with a private party, the Department of Water and Sanitation, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, or all of the above, tomorrow I'm meeting with the Minister to discuss these issues pursuant to our first conversation last week, as mentioned in my State of the Capital address. What this issue has also brought focus to, Speaker, is the matter of the irregular contract that was awarded for the upgrade of Rooiwal. And to maintain the public confidence and trust, we must also redouble our efforts to ensure that there's full accountability in that regard. It doesn't much help that we allocate additional funds, but we cannot ensure the integrity of our own supply chain management systems. And in this regard, I take, let's call it, comfort from engagements with leaders of political parties in this council who have told me clearly that we must act against corruption and irregularity as a government, and that this council will not be a refuge for anybody who wants to be protected against disciplinary processes and criminal investigations. And I think that is a very important piece of information that I take away from my engagements with party leaders. Honourable Speaker, the council meeting comes exactly a week after I delivered my maiden State of the Capital address. In that Soca, I mentioned the fact that it is our intention to build a capital city that works for all of its people and where no one is left behind. This requires us to get real about finances, infrastructure, the state of service delivery, the insecurity of our assets, and the performance of municipal staff. Yesterday, during the budget speech, MMC for Finance Alderman Peter Sutton gave us a picture of the city's financial situation and also confirmed some of the measures we are taking to stabilize the city. I want to thank MMC Sutton. This is not an easy budget to put together. However, I believe that there is sufficient cooperation and consensus in this council to make the difficult decisions that have to be taken. As to the business of today, we have a lengthy council agenda, which includes a debate on the Soca, which I look forward to. We have a number of important reports on our agenda. And in this regard, Speaker, I just want to say, before I table the reports, that I will not be tabling, or I'll be withdrawing item 12 on the council agenda, which is the request for delegation of approval to grant the right to use, control, and manage municipal assets to the accounting officer, following engagements in the multi-party coalition. Our public events bylaw is going to create a robust framework for organizing and managing events that will happen in the city to create a far more conducive environment for economic activity. We are also bringing the outdoor advertising bylaw to council to allow us to go out on public participation for its review so we can strengthen the regulatory environment in this regard. Precinct plans for the Groenkloof Nature Reserve and Roslyn Inland Port are being presented, which are critical strategic documents that will help us to guide development in these areas. I am very encouraged by the fact that the scarce and critical skills framework has come to the Municipal Council, because this document will ensure that we follow a more strategic approach to recruitment and personnel. After canvassing extensively, our Human Capital Department has been able to clearly determine where our most critical skills are. These are some of the reports I'll be tabling, and Speaker, once again, I will be withdrawing item 12. That having been said, I hereby table the reports listed minus item 12 in parts 1, 2, and 3 of the council agenda for our consideration. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, EM. I want to make sure that I hear you clearly. You are saying item 12, you are withdrawing it? Okay, thank you. Speaker? Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if my memory serves me well, unless if that will be done by various MMCs, report 23 was not supposed to be tabled, but rather withdrawn as well, as per the meetings we've had, including programming, because I don't want a last-minute surprise where a report is just in there by virtue of an omission or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I can respond, we agreed that when the report is withdrawn, let us be given the reasons why the report is withdrawn. But before we can continue, then Alderman Maluleke.
No, thanks, Speaker. We take time to read through reports, Speaker, and prepare our caucuses for this council meeting. And if you look at item 12, it's a repeat of what transpired, I think 2 years ago, that there was a general complaint around council about efficiency, that there's a number of reports, there's a backlog on land alienation, investments are blocked. We need to find a way of making sure that we push applications, because you can't have an application of land of a mall, church, taxi rank, and car wash in the same queue if you are serious about unlocking economic opportunities and stimulating our economic growth. Therefore, this is an attempt to assist us to bring efficiency. I understand the outcries that it looks like we're taking power from council, which is seized with ensuring that it finalize these applications. But if you look at it, it's assets, it's properties that are less than 10 million, given to accounting officer to make sure that he finalizes those applications. Therefore, efficiency and making sure that we deal with backlog is addressed through this report. And it was explained at one point, WIPA was briefed. A team from property came and briefed us about this effort, because we were complaining about bundling of reports, but we looked at the strategy. Therefore, the strategy is here to bring efficiency. I do not understand why multi-party caucus felt there might be dubious elements contained in this report, because somebody is going to suffer that wants to open a filling station there and wait for another month or any other thing, or queue in the same many applications of an ECD, car wash, and every other thing. Then we wanted to move the burden from accounting officer to focus let your focus be on these properties so that we can be able to unlock development. I do not understand why was it not raised at the 2 meetings that we had. The only contested item is this one that Councillor Radikwa is talking about. And we said we are resolving it by bringing 2 recommendations that are going to resolve that item 23. But it's powers of the executive mayor. We can contest it if he feels appeasing multi-party caucus by withdrawing it. I'm saying we're dealing with ourselves. It's self-defeat that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to give this to the executive mayor to respond. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Just in response to what Councillor Maluleka has said, he makes a number of very important points. And though I am cautious to debate an item which I've already withdrawn, I do want to say that I take his point, that I agree we need a far more efficient system, but that the concerns expressed to me in the multi-party coalition, and Speaker, again, I'm going beyond trying to account to council, so I'm going beyond what I think is probably required. But the concerns expressed to me, Councillor Maluleka, within the multi-party coalition is the absence of checks and balances on the administration. Not to say that that cannot be fulfilled effectively, but there were some concerns raised about an absence of certain checks and balances that will allow council to exercise significant oversight. So I agree that we need a far more efficient system. We cannot have hundreds and hundreds of reports holding us back. There are implications for that. But, Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to get some policy clarity and then hopefully return to this council with a system that addresses the concerns which I share with the Chief Whip of the Opposition. As to item 23, Speaker, my understanding is that there was broad agreement that certain amendments might be proposed and debated to that item. And so there was no consensus to have it withdrawn. The item remains tabled, and I ask that Council consider it and consider appropriate amendments to that item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The reports are submitted. Honorable Councillors, as I mentioned earlier on, I am now bringing forward the debate on the state of the capital address. Honorable Councillors, as it indicated during the Special Council meeting of 18 May 2023 for the State of the Capital Address 2023, the date for the debate on the State of the Capital Address has been set for today. Can we now begin the debate in accordance with the list provided to me by the Chief Whip of Council in terms of Section 33.3 of Rules and Orders? Now we starting the debate on the State of the Capital Address. I'll now call Councillor McKenna, ANC, 5 minutes. Okay, let me explain this to you. The ANC has been given 10 minutes. No, it's 10. For okay, can I have a pen? I don't know where they put my pen. Okay, ANC have 15 minutes. EFF have 8 minutes. DA has got 9 minutes. Action SA 7, FF plus 7, ACTP 5, COPE 5, DOPE 5, GOOD 5, IFP 5, then DA Extra 3, which is 12, PAC 5, PA 5. We start with the ANC, 5 minutes, first 5 minutes. Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by appreciating the opportunity to speak, Speaker, but ironically hasten to convey my sincerest condolences to those who have lost their loved ones through the unfortunate outbreak of cholera in Hammanskraal. Speaker, the determination of the cause of the cholera outbreak should not be the preoccupation of powers that be in this metropolitan, as this preoccupation and focus should have been directed at the resolution of the Rooiwal wastewater treatment plant a long time ago. It is unfortunate and sad that we are gathered here this morning not to pride ourselves on a long impending life-threatening problem solved, but gathered here on an unnecessarily prolonged supply chain management process problem unresolved. The DA has been in power for 7 years now in Tshwane. And in those years, they have brought with them colorful characters as mayors, from Solim Simango, who embarked on trips to police stations to open cases against every leader of the ANC. The man presided over the Glad Africa scandal and had to be shipped away to province, where he continues to perform in a circus. Then came Stevens Makalapa. The rest, as we know, is history. We then had Abel Tau. The man tried and was pushed around and eventually left to join the Mashaba circus, where he eventually left and found himself. Then came a clueless Randall Williams, who came with Tshwane Riatima. He even wanted to switch off the lights of the SANDF headquarters, thus wanting to plunge the city into security threat. When he left, the city had 30 billion unaccounted for. The poor man left. Of the 7 years of this circus, the DA is now in coalition with other parties, notably one called Action SA, a party with no policy and led by an emotional and irrational Herman Mashaba, and clearly not contributing anything to sense into this coalition. Today, as we speak, we are sitting with a cholera outbreak in Hammanskraal, whereas we had indicated to the DA that the municipality does not have the capacity to deal with the matter of Rooiwal plant, as it does not have the capacity, let alone the capabilities to do so. We have suggested that they allow the National Department of Water Affairs to take over, but they refused to listen as always. This tragedy in Hammanskraal illustrates the mess that is the Tshwane municipality under the DA and its group sidekicks under the moon and the stars pack born out of cartoon series leaflet. This has been 7 years of hell for the people of this city. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was on point, even if you have left a few minutes before you finish your speech. Let's proceed to Councillor Ace from DA.
Thank you, Speaker. The DA applauds the Mayor for the honest assessment of the state of Tshwane during his State of Capital address. Early on in his speech, the Mayor stated, "Dreaming big and imagining a better future does not start with delusions. It starts with honesty." This approach, which I believe to be a positive way to move the city forward, is founded in a deliberate drive by the Mayor and its executive to be on the ground, engage with communities and councillors of all political parties to understand what the challenges of the people of Tshwane is. This candid undertaking of the real state of the capital was followed by clear action plans on what will be done now, combined with long-term strategies to change the future of Tshwane residents. The Mayor once again committed himself in true DA style to getting things done, to focus on the basics of local government, water, electricity, waste collection, sewage, roads, public lighting and safety. The DA backs the mayor when he again committed himself to a capital city that works for all its people, no matter their race, language, political affiliation, or where they live. These values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity is what the DA brings to the coalition and the government of the city of Tshwane. The mayor explained his vision of a city that has a clean, effective, and corruption-free administration, secures a continuous and a reliable supply of basic services, and provide value for money for residents that pay tariffs, charges, and taxes. With Brink at the helm, the road to a better Tshwane, a city that works for all of its people, might be long, but it is filled with hope.
Thank you very much. It's written here, Councillor Ramabudu for EFF, then who's talking? Councillor Ratukwan?
Thank you very much, Speaker and members of this august House. Thank you for the opportunity to debate the Soca that, in our view, misplaced, directionless, and cannot assist us going forward. Fellow councillors, it is with great sadness that we mourn the sudden loss of 7 people in Hammanskraal due to the outbreak of cholera. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families during these difficult times. We extend our deepest condolences to the community of Hammanskraal and stand in solidarity with them as they navigate this tragedy that they're undergoing. The EFF would like to remind the people of Hammanskraal that we will not just rest until the justice is served, that the city must be sued where possible, and we must make sure that the problems of Hammanskraal are resolved. We will continue to fight for accountability and transparency in all matters related to public health. We stand with the community of Hammanskraal in demanding the answers and actions for those who are responsible. We will hope that the families of those who have lost their lives, their loved ones, find comfort in knowing that they are not alone and that we stand with them in their grief. In today's news, we have seen different reports that are alluding to more than 4 officials of this particular city in front pages of newspapers. In this regard, the Hammanskraal water crisis link tender of Edwin Sodi that has pocketed about 295 million. We are really naman. Speaker, let's work right now.
Speaker. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Continue, Councillor Ratukwan. Councillors, please, councillors.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We shall not be deterred. Now, the 295 million that has been pocketed by Edwin Sodi under the nose of the DA. Currently, today, we don't have accountability. Randall Williams was the mayor, then is still sitting there like nothing has happened. Who will take political accountability in this matter? We are sitting here with people who want to play innocence in this mess that we are finding ourselves under. Those officials should not be the only ones who are going down. The political heads must equally so roll. This is exactly what that's why we gave you the water history from Hammanskraal to ensure that if that the people of Hammanskraal get clean water, because if that water is not good enough for you, it cannot be good enough for them. We cannot sit here comfortably so and not raise these issues of Hammanskraal. The state of the city address that was here and presented by the mayor, he did not speak to the actual issues that are happening there. The delays, the non-delivery, the corruption, and all those aspects are not captured in this. These are vaguely dismissed in the state of the address, and we cannot just let it go. In this state of the city address, Very little is referred to in relation to the damning Auditor General report. We do not see any accountability going to be taken. We're also seeing that the mayor is already accepting defeat, that he will not have a clean audit again come the next coming audit. Speaker, we see that the mayor does not have a vision and also does not have a backbone. He made a lot of speeches about selling the immovable assets in the form of land. He made lots of threats in selling vulnerable airport, and he has backtracked because the EFF stood firm in its opposition of that. The tyranny of Western Cape and the city of Cape Town have to fall. We cannot be sitting here and being compared to the city of Cape Town and also take the mandate of city of Cape Town while we are sitting in Tshwane. The speech does not refer to the 2018-2019 resolution in council for insourcing over 4,500 security guards. In this particular speech, this finds no resonance, it finds no representation. Our people are still sitting and waiting to be insourced. You continue in the same direction that the disgraced former Mayor Randall Williams was moving. And if we are going to do that, we are going to have a very serious problem because the EFF is going to oppose you fearlessly so to ensure that we hold you accountable. Currently, those security guards are subject of tenderpreneurs. They are not earning the salaries they're supposed to be earning. The SIRA rates are not being paid according to SIRA standards. They are not registered for UIF. They are not registered for Workmen's Compensation Fund. They are not provided with pension fund or provident fund. They get easily dismissed without proper processes and following due course. Your speech shows that or claims that you want to be the employer of, you want to take the city and make it to be the employer of choice. You cannot be
Please wrap up, Council.
One second. Thank you. We still have 8 minutes, Speaker, so we will deduct. So you cannot be the employer of choice if you are failing to just insource about 4,500 security guards. Because if in order for you to become the employer of choice, we check how do you treat the cleaners, how do you treat the security guards, how do you treat the people that are earning the least. Even if you just have to show a commitment of 300 or 500 security guards, this would just show us that you have some form of will. Maybe you are not financially capacitated to take this matter forward. Speaker, want to please plead with the mayor to please stay away from selling of land, rather look at leasing land for our people so that they can create economic opportunities. Then also allocate as many people as possible service stands so that those people can start paying us rates and taxes. We can also generate some form of revenue, as opposed to sell off the city's assets in the form of land and buildings and all that, because by doing so, you are decapacitating the city and the state, and the EFF will have to make an enemy out of you if you take that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Action SA, 7 minutes. Councillor Hosman.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, as Action SA, we stand in solidarity with the people of Hammanskraal who have lost their lives in this terrible tragedy that has hit us all. So Action SA is committed to the people's plight and to stand with them in bringing this to a swift end, this outbreak of cholera. Speaker, thank you for the balanced, Speaker.
Hold on, Councillor Hosman. Councillor Matebula, what is that? All right, thank you. Continue, Councillor, and a little bit higher, please. Thank you.
All right, no, thanks, Speaker. I will try to accommodate everyone, including those who don't wash their ears thoroughly. But we want to thank the EM and the team for the balanced State of City address speech. It is.
There is a point of order, Councillor. There's a point of order. Yes, Councillor.
We can't hear him, Speaker.
Some of the mics are not working, councillors. So can you stand up so that we can hear you, or you can use another mic next to the person.
Speaker.
No, I'm not talking about Cosiman. I'm talking about the councillor at the back there.
Speaker, Councillor Kosimang just said he will try to accommodate everyone and those that do not wash their ears. I don't think that is proper. He should withdraw that part of people that are not washing their ears. Because if he knows them, he must be clear which are those that are not washing their ears.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kosimani, continue. Councillor Kosimani, continue, please.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Ian, thank you so much for the balanced state of the city address. That's a milestone that as Action SA we appreciate.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor, not to note.
A councillor will pay a lot of money. He's sleeping here. He's about to fall here next to his comrade. He's still sleeping, our comrades. We can't operate like this. Mr. Kisondot is taking off.
Thank you, Councillor.
They must also take a leave and go home and resign because they are old age, these people.
Thank you so much. Continue, Councillor Kosimani. Please, whoever that is sleeping, please wake up. Councillor Kosimani, continue.
No, thank you so much, Speaker. I hope I'm audible.
If we can allow Councillor Kosimani to continue, please. Please.
No, thanks a lot, Speaker. Speaker, I was saying, as Action SA, we appreciate this milestone where the state of city address, we find it to be balanced. This comes under very difficult times within the city, maybe even extending beyond just the city, perhaps even nationally and even globally. That is where now we find our financial situation not to be so favorable. It has been an existing matter, but through that speech of the EM, we are reasonably convinced that we are heading somewhere. It is encouraging efficiency within the city, and would like to also thank that to say, as Action SA, that we find it a bit balanced. And then we thank the EM again for taking into account our inputs into this State of Soca address. We appreciate this cooperation and your efforts, EM, to see us even on weekend and late nights where we want to make these inputs. We believe that was not a once-off event, but it was a precedence for years to come that reflects on how we are going to work together going forward. But don't worry, we won't ask you every night to come see us or every weekend or Saturday. Action SA values your commitment to work with staff. That is what now you said in Soca. One of our major assets as a city. We hope that that was not just words, but will ultimately calculate into a real life event where staff is appreciated. We believe this will encourage staff to better serve the residents of the city of Tshwane. And we know once our staff is committed, the benefit will obviously go to our residents. Speaker, Action SA really liked an idea of getting asset register up to date. Speaker, this is amongst the milestones that will see the city's administration improving drastically just by updating and keeping up to scratch the asset register, because what we call PPE in accounting terms, that is now property, plant, and equipment, directly influence any type of audit outcome. If you don't believe me, you can look at Graph 17. It talks particularly on that. And this is a positive direction that we are taking towards remedying our situation with regard to our recent audit outcome. So currently, as the city is not in a good shape, of course, based on the AG report of last year, and then we all know this issue is amongst the other things that made us to have a damning audit report that we just saw. Please allow me to remind this House that the benefits of taking efforts to correct and improve the asset register are, amongst others, a complete transparency, Speaker, of all the City of Tshwane asset data. The asset data, I'm referring to things like the date of acquisition of assets. I'm referring to the values of assets and. For detailed information, you can refer to that graph 17 that I just referred to. One of the benefits is to ensure that all assets remain compliant with the regulatory standard and best practices. That is now the graph that I just mentioned. It also encourages accurate audit trail. There won't be a position where we don't know what happened with any of the assets. So this will also provide, hence we are appreciating the updating of the asset register. Not only that, but effective tracking and identification of assets and all other benefits. But when I want to come down now home, or I want to refer it, or I want to come home now with regard to the City of Tshwane, one key benefit would be that the financial institutions, bank, Speaker, and other potential funders would be willing to have a conversation with us in confidence, knowing that our house is in order. Right now, one of the things that make us not to have a full confidence is that we can't even account to all our assets within confidence. Believe me, once our current financial situation is over, or at least improved, the beneficiaries are the residents of the City of Tshwane, as service delivery levels will be improved and go to the highest levels. Speaker, HNSA is delighted that HNSA is delighted that you accepted our inputs on the issues that were raised with you. Issues like the Royval water treatment plant, where the coalition government is giving hope to the residents of Hammanskraal that they will be enjoying clean drinking water. It would please us as HNSA to see this becoming a reality, because we have been pursuing this matter for a very long time, over a number of years up to today. We noted a concern that this is a long-standing matter dating as far back as 2003, when it was the other government, we don't know. And then it further intensified ever since then up to today. This to us then means there had never been a political will to address this matter over and over and over, but it had been budgeted for that over and over and over. We don't know what happened with the budget. We were not born by then as HNSA, but now that we are here with our coalition partners, what the steps that we're taking today will bring that to reality in the future. And then EM, please note that in as much as we are in the same government,
Councillor, you have 1 minute left. Councillors, please. I'm watching the time here. No. Come on, it's a 7 minutes. It's allowed for 7 minutes. And now you are wasting his time. I can add 1 more minute on him. You are left with 1 minute, Councillor. Councillor, come on.
Speaker, please give me indication of when can I go on. Okay. Executive Mayor, please note that in as much as we are in the same government, HNSA will really hold you accountable in implementation of these promises that we are making to the people of Hammanskraal and the surrounding areas. This would not be for the first time we do so as HNSA. We are just reminding you about our stance only, especially on this particular one, because it is very close to our hearts. I'm sure you can tell by the efforts that we have put in this matter in the past. It is serious that our mutual relationship as coalition partners will depend on the successful execution of these promises we made to the people of Hammanskraal. With regard to pyramid, the same. I wouldn't want to dwell much into detail. Amongst other things that makes us happy as HNSA, very, very happy, is the fact that multi-party government has accepted our input regarding the issues of insourcing of securities and cleaners. Just an idea of you demonstrating positive posture toward this matter gives us, as HNSA, a hope to the future of the coalition. We acknowledge that at this stage, it is still willingness to work together to resolve this issue, to find common practical solutions that will benefit those that are being exploited for a very long time. By exploitation, I mean where Batswadi Bamala.
Councillor, your time is up. Thank you very much. Let's move to FF Plus. Councillor Matebul.
Speaker. Councillor Khosiman.
What is that? Is that a point of order, a point of information?
Speaker. On a point of information, Speaker. Councillor Khosiman just mentioned a very important matter which was raised by the EFF here earlier on our speech. So, Speaker, to the ear, the issue of insourcing of security guards and cleaners is very important. Speaker, there is howlers that side. Can you please control them? Can I be protected?
Finish up. Finish up. Noted.
My mic, Speaker. So we're emphasizing on the EM, Speaker. We want to see insourcing.
That's not a point of information. Thank you very much. Now we are moving forward with Alderman UG Tennyson, FF Plus, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to request that I only use a portion of this, and I would also give the rest of our time to my colleague Alderman Avi Erasmus. If that has your approval, we'll stay within our time limit. Speaker, I'm convinced that this Soca was one of the most difficult addresses to put together in the light of so many challenges that the capital city is facing. Starting with the political turmoil that left the city politically leaderless for almost 9 weeks in the aftermath of the adverse audit findings. It was a big, huge task to put together something. Although the findings were shocking and devastating, Speaker, it should be a wake-up call for every responsible councillor in this House. We must take up those responsibilities and ensure that our oversight role is done with the necessary convincement, and it must be done in such a way that we ensure we are doing the best for the citizens of this city. The one thing that we as councillors must take the blame for is the lack of proper oversight. And that is every councillor sitting here. Over so many years, there was a deterioration in the standard of administration in the city. We need to ensure that the management and the staff of this city are friendly towards the citizens of the city. They are not doing the citizens a favor. They are in the service of the citizens. And that is an attitude that the citizens out there are complaining about, Speaker. Members of the public are being treated very badly and very rudely by our staff. And this is a message also to the city manager to ensure that we have proper behavior towards our citizens in the city. We need to ensure that the administration performs their duty effectively, transparent, and honorably. Many of the findings are stemming from previous years because of many years of maladministration and a lack of proper management by the administration. Most of the financial constraints that we are facing today is the result of incompetent senior management and deep-rooted corruption. We've heard mention just of one incident. In this regard, Speaker, there are multiple forensic audit reports implicating staff and in some cases even councillors that were submitted to group and divisional heads, which were never taken serious and no action
has stemmed from that. A total lack of disciplinary action over the past years has created a culture of unruly behavior by many of the officials because there's been no consequences for corruption and any other criminal activities. In your speech, EM, you spoke about the poor performance of the TMPD. In this regard, I can assure you, EM, that the Department of Community Safety are taking discipline very seriously. More than 200 TMPD members have been charged and are currently facing disciplinary action. Among these, there are 49 who are facing very serious charges due to previous convictions that they were found guilty of before being employed by the city. And these are mostly from an insourcing exercise a couple of years ago. These members have been part of a very long-standing ill discipline, and it cannot be tolerated any further. It is my intention to make sure that we do a proper vetting of any employee, specifically in community safety, to make sure that person has no criminal record, because they are the people who are terrorizing the citizens of the city. In that regard, EM, there are 30 members who have been criminally charged. The criminal prosecution is currently underway. This week, 3 members, of which 1 member has been charged with 18 accounts of bribery, extortion, assault, and even armed robbery. You also alluded that we should follow a community-based approach to safeguarding the city and the city's assets. And in that regard, rightfully, you also mentioned, and I'm very proud of that we have managed to actually double the current CIDs in the city. We had 1, now we have 2. We are also in discussions with other communities such as Silverton, Waterloo, Ford, Menlyn, Laudium, and other suburbs in Pretoria East. In this regard, I would also urge the ward councillors from all wards in the city to assist me to roll out this system to every single suburb in our city. Suburb, and I include the townships out there, because if we take hands, we can ensure discipline and we can ensure a safe city for us all. In your speech, you also referred to the low number of the low collection rate that we are. And I have to say that I'm ashamed to be part of a council where councillors, city councillors, are owing more than 1.5 million rand in arrears. We are sitting here in this council where the Structures Act clearly specifies that.
Sorry, Alderman, you are left with 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will now then give, on the official side, the last thing from my side, there's 15 million rand in arrears of officials of the city, which is not allowed. I give my opportunity to my colleague.
That's 30 seconds. Please, councillors, please don't assist me, please. You've got half a minute, Alderman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll jump right to the conclusion. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. With that being said, I would like to commend the Executive Mayor in referring to and utilising the multi-party coalition. And I would like to tell the Executive Mayor that as the Freedom Front Plus, we are a committed team, we are a capable team, and we are a team that wants to see results. We are absolutely result-driven, and I can assure you from our side, we are committed to make this coalition work for the best of this council and its residents. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, Councillor Matebula, Councillor Matebula, Councillor Matebula, Councillor Matebula, Councillor Matebula. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping here. I'm not sleeping here. Councillor Matebul, I'm not sleeping here. I'm watching the time. And please don't assist me. It's me who will tell the councillor the time is up. Thank you. ACTP.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mayor, all protocol observed. Firstly, we the ACDP appreciate.
Sorry, councillors. You are delaying this meeting purposely. Why, councillors, are you doing that? Can you allow the speakers to speak, please? Thank you.
Firstly, we the ACDP appreciate the Winterfeld School for availing their children to address us. This is a clear indication of the plight of the child in a township. We need to address the segregated load shedding situation, which targets the historically disadvantaged communities, with terrible consequences to that effect, as we have heard from the children's speeches. This is the actual cause of anger of our communities towards the staff. People must be equally treated, especially in order to encourage revenue collection, than to use a one-shoe-fits-all approach. I plead with this administration to change the status quo for the sake of our children who are grossly affected by this. Honorable Mayor, your honesty in the State of the City address is much appreciated. Indeed, it looks like the Titanic situation, but where there is a will, there is a way. Your attention to the adverse audit leaves an impression that consequence management will follow, and that will be much appreciated. Your inclusive approach with other political parties is much appreciated to swiftly address the plight in the townships. Your eye on internal controls is commendable. The electricity meter saga must be solved so as to have revenue collection, which is much needed. The allocation of land will also be appreciated.
Sorry, Councillor. Whoever that is answering the phone, can you respect us and walk outside to answer your phone? We don't want to hear what you are discussing with the person. Don't assist me. Can you please go outside and answer your phone? Really, it's disturbing. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Marag.
The allocation of land will also be appreciated in order to address the housing deadlock and will help in discouraging informal settlements, illegal connections, water and electricity connections, etc. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rampid. I'm sure the councillor behind you didn't hear me. He's the one that is answering the phone. So please, Councillor, if the phone rings again, just go out and answer it outside. And let's move to Councillor Majola from the ANC. Five minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. The city led by Mayor C. Brink is under a circus referred to as a collusion, which has even been given the name of Moon and the Stars Pact. This circus led by the DA is made up of right-wing racist elements of Freedom Front Plus, the Christian Party that has been rejected by the Christian community of this country, referred to as the ACDP. There's also the IFP, which has a history of working with right-wing elements to oppress Black people and organizes itself along the tribal lines. At the helm with the DA is a party led by Black stooges who are funded by the Oppenheimer called the Action SA. Thus far, these political parties have moved from one disaster to another. They have decided to focus on politics and forget about the service delivery issues. Action SA, led by an alleged literary fraud who gave 12.5 million rand to a political pickpocketer referred to as Prince Mashele to advance a political vanity project, is also at the forefront of creating crisis after crisis. His party's obsession of sharing power with the DA, and also how the DA has continued to show them a middle finger in Johannesburg, has thrown these coalitions into a mess. ANC also believed that the party that received the highest electoral support should be the one that to lead the government.
So those people are making noise there, man.
Yes, Councillor Matebula, point of order. Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Councillor Matebula. Councillor Majola, continue. Councillors, please, can we be in order? Can we be in order, councillors? Councillor Majola, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, our stance is that if we have political powers with the smallest number of votes being the ones that are leading government, that principle should be consistent with the democratic principles when the National Executive Committee of the ANC set in April. Former Premier of Gauteng, Comrade David Makura, has this to say about collisions. The NEC is actually directing that the President should convene a dialogue with different players, not only the parties. Collusions, local collusions are not an issue for political parties alone. Civil society groups must also be involved. This will also assist us to solve this mess, because what we are dealing with now is unstable collisions in the municipalities, which then has a dire impact of service delivery issues. Our position is that this circus referred to as a coalition is clearly a contestation of power amongst parties that do not have the interest of the communities at heart. Theirs is just to fight for positions they did not even have votes to can occupy. Thank you, Speaker.
We did not collide. It's a
Speaker, will the noted. Can you tell me why you think you've got the right to speak without being noticed? Why do you think EM off the record? This MMC behind you, make sure that always he sits behind you, because when he's up there, he's become a child, but when he's here, he behaves. Thank you very much. Can we speak, councillors? Sometimes, listen. Councillors, noted. I'm coming to you. Councillors. Can I speak? Listen here. Listen. Do you want me to attend the meeting? Then please be in order. Be in order. Listen. When we are in a meeting, then we work together. We need to smile and laugh sometimes. We can't be, if we have to laugh in the expense of MMC offences, so be it. But we need to laugh sometimes. Thank you very much, Councillor Malulek.
Yeah, so I come back, move them food.
Yeah, Speaker. Councillor Majola spoke for 1 minute 59 seconds. Therefore, requesting the difference to be taken by Councillor Bushia.
I allow it. Okay, councillors, Councillor Tabang, so we are done laughing now. We are moving. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councillor Bushel, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Council Speaker, for allowing us to finish our time. Firstly, what I wanted to add to what the councillors have already indicated, we know very well that our city is facing a difficult time in terms of managing the finances. But when we listen to this speech by the executive mayor, there was nothing which gave us hope that this city will be able to address the financial mess that we are finding ourselves in. The other things that the city also, or the EM acknowledges, is that they are unable to address the adverse audit opinions that have been awarded by the AG. But however, what is disturbing is that the executive mayor has not given us a cogent plan in terms of how are they going to address this issue of AG. The other third element is that the executive mayor has indicated that he's going to instill high level of productivity among the staff. And we are asking ourselves, how are they going to do it if they are unable even to give their workers their increase? So it will be difficult because currently the workers, their moral has gone low, and you won't be able to instill that kind of high level of productivity. And I've also heard that he was telling us that acknowledging that the city is clean, that many people are complaining about the city that is dirty, and he's putting all the responsibility to the public to clean their areas. Whereas the DA-led government is currently leading the city. So it is their responsibility to ensure that our city is very clean. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We are moving on. Councillor O. Muhalusi, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, from Cope. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker, for pronouncing my surname correctly. The Speaker of Council, members of our tribal authorities, the Executive Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, the City Manager, fellow councillors, our guests, I do indeed acknowledge you. Speaker, die toestand van ons geliefde staat is in 'n toestand van 'n totale ramp. The state of our beloved city is in a state of total disaster. The executive mayor is on the brink of further collapse in the city. The symptoms are there for our citizens to see. The Hammanskraal disaster is just one, but many examples of the administration that is ignorant of the plight of our people. We have noted with concern the inability of executive mayor to own up and take responsibility for the mess that we find ourselves in Hammanskraal, but has been on a PR campaign to shift the blame to other third parties. The executive mayor's decision to freeze the employee's salary is a breeding ground for a corruption. A lower paid employee and a demotivated employee is a risk to any organization. There are other ways to contain and save costs, Speaker. The executive mayor missed an opportunity to take the residents of this city into his confidence. The plans that the executive mayor presented to us are in a nutshell not attainable in the next financial year. The executive mayor spent an hour of our time telling us about the obvious of what we know has become of once our glorious city, but failed to offer us a concrete solutions. The city's financial management system has collapsed. The city is not able to collect revenue from even willing and able customers who are keen to pay their dues to the city. Currently, it is estimated that the city is losing 1.2 billion per annum to water leakages, illegal water connections, and water meters that are either not working or are sabotaged due to vandalism. The city is buying a bulk of water from rainwater at a very costly price, and in return, it is not able to resell the same volumes back to its customers due to water losses in our system. Speaker, any businessman will tell you that this is a recipe for a disaster. The executive mayor continued to blame everyone else around him, but the DA-led administration for the collapse of the city. Where is accountability in all this? It is sad to learn that after 2 months of being at the driving seat, the executive mayor has no tangible plan to resolve the audit queries raised by the Office of the Auditor General. The executive mayor had the courage to inform us in his speech that the city will once again either obtain a qualified or adverse audit opinion, if not a disclaimer of the opinion. This is an embarrassment to the hardworking men and women of this city. The mayor presented to us a performance management system that, according to him, will be designed and implemented for a huge organization like the city of Tshwane in a period of 2 months. In his inability of judgment, the executive mayor is informing us that he will have the performance management system up and running in the city of Tshwane by July 2023. It is my concern that this tool may be used as a means to purge hardworking professionals in the city in order to make way for DA cater deployment. Speaker, unless we resuscitate our key primary revenue generators in the city, being electricity, water, sanitation, and property rates, this city is headed for an ICU and it might not return. It is our observation that this administration, as has happened in the past, it does not know how to get things done. The city of Tshwane might just be a mountain too steep to climb for the executive mayor and his administration. With that, Speaker, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you very much from COPE. Now I call Councillor Mabuza from Good.
Good afternoon and all protocol observed. When the mayor started with his State of the Nation address, he had plenty of opportunity to give the residents the details and reassurance on how to rescue the city from the recent instability. While the mayor did raise some right issues, including the need for infrastructure, upgrade and improve waste management, he couldn't provide answers on how the challenge will be addressed. Good, however, is pleased that the mayor listened to our recent concern about the commitment to deal with the Auditor General's Office adverse report. That I think with this one will help us in terms of ensuring that there's financial sustainability in the city in the near future. The mayor plan to address the load shedding crisis will mostly replace will even place more pressure on the already emboldened residents, which are very vulnerable due to the reasons of the increase of the 18%, of which as good, we don't think that it should be done that much, considering the fact that we are just coming from COVID and most people are not working and therefore cannot be able to pay the municipal service. So I think we need to help the residents who are already trapped in the financial situation, where we could be able to come up with a different way of raising revenue for the city, unlike having to increase the electricity. While it's urgent that the city address the financial crisis, leaders cannot be disconnected from the residents who are already cannot be able to keep up with the issue of the water, that it's also a crisis situation, and the increase thereof. So we also need maybe somehow to have a policy that has to deal with the issue of the credit, because as it stands now, it looks like the policy is only accommodating two groups. The one that can only be able to afford, and the indigenous. So somehow we have to have a policy that we can be able to strike a balance with the ones that can be able to afford but cannot be able to afford the whole amount. We truly need that as a matter of agents. We also welcome the commitment of the city to procure 1,000 megawatt of electricity from the IPP in the next 3 years. But the executive mayor further committed to cut expenses in the city by 30% in a bid to fix the finances. However, there was no clear indication or insight on how will that be achieved. We hope that the executive mayor will come up with a clear plan on the Soca address that he did mention, on how to, for example, to also deal with the dysfunctional supply chain management, the issue of addressing the deviations that are keep on cropping up in council. Good acknowledges that, mention that we also acknowledge the fact that the executive mayor say that, we're going to start sweating our asses to generate revenue. Hopefully, again, there will be a plan to say how are we going to do that moving forward. Finally, the executive mayor, as good party, we are really disappointed, and we really want the issue of Hammanskraal to be addressed as soon as possible, because we cannot allow to see black people dying like this because of water, of the issue that has been outstanding for a very long time. I think we really need to prioritize that and make sure that people are getting safe water moving forward. And we really want to send our condolences to the family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabutsa. Now, MMC DZ Zwane, IFP, 5 minutes, please.
I waive my right, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's move to Councillor MS Chabadi, PAC, 5 minutes, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Councillor or MMCON Matsibadi. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, His Worships Chief Kekana and Chief Mahlangu, the dealer of executive business, MMCs, councillors, and most importantly, the residents of Tshwane, allow me to greet you all. Honourable Speaker, Councillor Makena comes to us and tries to pull a wolf over our faces and wanting to blame the Royal issue to the Democratic Alliance and as well as the coalition government, failing to remember that the warnings of Royal started with Gwen Ramokgopa in 2008, and the then majority government of the African National Congress failed to respond to these needs. It is this coalition government that instituted a forensic investigation which started to yield results, as you have seen today in the Sowetan. And we are grateful for this coalition government. Honourable Speaker, let me also remind Councillor Bushielo, as well as the Ampur Mayor from Cope, that it is important that as much as you indicate problems, that you also give a solution. I think Councillor from Good, Mabota, not only indicated problems, but also gave us possible solutions. And we are welcoming her to come and present those, and let's see if we can accommodate those solutions. I'm not surprised by the deputy clown of the EFF who could not count numbers. I think I must go back to teaching. Honorable Speaker, we celebrate Africa Day today with a pinch of salt.
Just a minute, MMC. Councillor.
May I continue?
Can we allow Councillor to come?
May. Okay, thank you. Speaker, this guy, if you didn't hear him, this honorable council, honorable as he claimed to be, he said I'm a deputy clown. And I'm telling you because I won't let it go without challenging it. And if he wants to start that, I'll have to take him head on. He must withdraw that.
Councillors. 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 MMC Matsibatil. You have mentioned that the councillor is a deputy clown, and if you did that, please withdraw. We don't have clowns here.
Yeah, he must withdraw. If he doesn't withdraw, we refer.
No. Councillors, councillors, listen. I'm talking to the MMC. I've never man. Councillor Nutunu, can you please don't just speak without me asking you to do so. So please, MMC, we don't have clowns here. Can you withdraw that? Then continue, finish your speech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are having a political debate. And if I see someone in a red costume and jumping around, for me, well, anyways.
Cancel. MMC, wait, I'm dealing with it. Wait. Cancel. MMC, please sit down. Councillor Ratugan, please take a seat. Please. Councillor Ratugan, can you please sit down so that I rule? Sit down. I want to speak to you. Councillor Matsiratil, MMC, can you withdraw, please, with no conditions? Can you do that so that we move forward? Can you withdraw? MMC, talk to me. Can you withdraw with no conditions? Just withdraw, please.
Speaker, out of respect for you and that we are debating the Soca, I will withdraw. Speaker,
I like to continue with this meeting. Don't withdraw because you respect me. Withdraw because you must withdraw. You mustn't have a condition on your withdrawal, please, so that we move on.
Okay, we withdraw, Speaker. Right, Speaker, as I was saying that we celebrate Africa Day with a pinch of salt with what happened in the last 6 days in the city in Hammaskral. We send our heartfelt condolences to the families of the ones that have lost their lives, as well as also we pray that the souls of the departed may rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, though this is a very tragic thing that has happened in this city, yesterday we saw cheap political scoring by, okay, sorry, I was about to say something. By the leader of the Red Berets. Yeah. Who, Honorable Speaker, yesterday tried to cheat political points. What we are saying, Speaker, is this, that you as the Speaker of this Council must frown on that. And you must not allow such things to happen and cheap political scoring to happen with people's lives. Honorable Speaker, having said that, let us get into the speech of the EM. EM, we welcome your acceptance speech when you ascended into the office of the executive mayor. And in it, you promised that you will be a mayor for all people. And in the last 6 weeks that we have seen you in this office, in fact, in the last 8 weeks, we have seen you walk the streets of Mamelodi, Waterkloof. We have seen you walk the streets of Silver Lakes. We've seen you walk the streets of Mabopane and Soshanguve. And we are very grateful that you are an epitome and embodiment of a serviceman for all in this city. Honorable Speaker, we want to also acknowledge the call of the executive mayor to back to service or back to basics in service delivery. Honorable Executive Mayor, we want to assure you that we will be part of that, and we are going to help you steer this ship that is right now facing rough seas into calmer seas. But Speaker, and all of us here in this council, this job is not for one man or two men. All the men and women that the Executive Mayor quoted, Abu Godfrey and Ntate Mimani in Region 1. This is a task for all of us, that we must all come to party, because the saving of this city is no longer an ideal, but it is a call to action. I therefore call all of us to hold hands and ensuring that we improve the lives of the people of Tshwane. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Councillor MS Shabadi. Councillor Mabuta, what are you raising your hand for? No, I noted you, Councillor Mashabane. There is a hand before you up there.
Of information or correction to offense, MMC offense. As good party is saying, there is a plan, but it didn't come up very clear to say what will be the plan, like in activities. To say this is what we are acknowledging that the executive mayor, put a lot of information in here, and of which is very important and very valuable. But what we're saying as good party is that.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Mashaban.
Councillor Matawan. Speaker, it's a point of information. I just wanted to put it to MMC Namadzibanani there, that we are not the Red Berets, we are the economic freedom fighters, and we are not in that group or in that rendition of him of craving for white approval. He must know.
Thank you, Councillor. That has been noted. Thank you, Councillor. Let's.
In terms of section 41.3, it says no person must wear regalia in council. So the councillor who continues to be entertained here is wearing something that written E and the F's there. So we are asking that the councillor must remove that. We are not going to allow that. It violates the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noted. Let's move on. Let's move on. Anyone who's got a head that doesn't belong to a political party here? Councillor Bakhaleni, who is the person that you are talking about? Councillor? Okay, Councillor Mpo. Are you wearing a hat that doesn't belong to your party? Or belong to umnqwazi? So kufuneka ibe ikepuri sibe yintoni ukuze ube happy? Can you stand up, Councillor? Can you stand up? Can you stand up, please, Councillor? Just stand up. Don't try to respond. Just stand up. Stand. Are you that short? Councillors, if then the head is red and it must return EFF. It must be returned EFF. Okay, councillors, can we move on? Thank you. Councillors, okay. Can we, councillors, can we move on? I don't want to stay here the whole night. Councillor Alderman Malulek.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we have an indication at what time are we taking break? Because Children, you can't threaten women. Speaker, can we have an indication? No, Sarah Amko. Can we have an indication at what time are we taking break? Many people are coughing inside here. The environment and the air needs to at least rest so that we can come back to a healthy space. Let's have an indication. I'm not saying let's stop, but let's have an indication. It's 1:01 now. Just indicate to us. And I'll speak. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. No problem. Let's have an indication, Speaker, because we don't want people to leave and come back. They're trying to get comfort break, but I'm saying it disrupts business. Therefore, indicate to us at what time are we adjourning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are only left with 6 speakers. I'm giving an indication, Councillor Matebula. What is your problem? So let me rule on that then. Now it's half past, councillors. At 1:45, we'll go for lunch. At 1:45, the executive mayor will respond when we come back, and the other speeches will finish when we come back. But now I will take the Councillor MS Chabadi from PAC. 5 minutes, please.
Ke go leboge modulasetulo wa ntlo. Ke ipoditse gore ga ke tlo go senyetša nako because baeteledipele ba mekgatlo e mentši ba šetša ba boletše, but ke bone go le bohlokwa gore ke fetiše di-condolences go bahunoto e leng malapa a lahlegetšweng ke maloloko a bona Hammanskraal ka lebaka la go runya ga bolwetse jwa cholera. Ka fatshe ga seo ke thege kgopolo e reng taba ya phepelo ya metsi go ya motsaneng wa Hammanskraal e tlošwe diatleng tša masepala wa Tshwane go išiwa mmusong wa godimo e leng yona national government go tlogela go tlo bapala morabaraba re tlo bolela gore rena re a kgona wa re ka se kgone tšhelete e tla palela mola batho ba na le bothata go kaone be kwanele gore taba ya Hammanskraal ya metsi e rutušetšwe legatong la godimo. Ke re go gape gore re kgopele gore go be le yona transparency le accountability ka gare ga masepala wa rena. Polelo ya mmeyara yona polelo e beile empa e be e sa laetše gore batho ba ba hlokang le tše ba lebaneng le tšone e tlo ba gola bjang go laetša e le ba bang e leng ona ma-security a re sallang le di-cleanera gore na bona ba tlo thušega jwang. E sa le e nngwe e le gore e sa nyaka shedi. Gape re na le badudi ba dulang di-hosteleng le informal settlements le bona ba lahletswe ka thoko because ga re tsebe gore tabeng tša mehlagase proper housing le naga mo e le gore ba ka fiwa ba ikagela ba kgonago ba tla thušeganeng. Ke boela ke sa lebale taba ya Hammanskraal a se taba ya metsi fela ka morago ga metsi o sa na le ntwa because re lebeletše batho ba Hammanskraal ga bana transport. Speaker ke laetše gore go na le tše ntšhi tše re di bonang ka mahlo letšatši ka letšatši. Di-skipping beans di no tlogelwa di be di falale di tsenya maphelo a batho kotsing ga gona ntho re e dirang. Ka nnete speech sa mmeyara be se sa laetše gore se wetše lehlakoreng la batho ba hlokang. Ka ke laetše gore mospikara ke na go ba yo motelele ke rata go leboga go ba o lebogile letšatši la lehono e le letšatši la Africa Day. Ke laetše gore gabotse letšatši le go fihla lehono le lokišitšwe le no se bitšwe Africa Day le bitšwa Africa Liberation Day. E be le letšatši le le gore be go na le purpose ya gore ma-Afrika kontinenteng ya Afrika ka moka re tokolle diatleng go ba kgatelelong ya ditšhitšhiboe. Be ke na le pelaelo speaker gore since we were speaker o be le important historical dates tse e le gore o bo santse ba o ile wa di etiša pele jwale ka letšatši la lehono. Matšatši a go swana le the 21 March ga wa ka wa ba le sebaka ke ya kwešiša ke taba ya leemaema. 6 April e leng letšatši le go gorogileng banna bao ba ditšhitši and go tloga fao go fihla lehono a sa ka ra ba le peace. And even in this council ro phela re sena peace till we work back to taba ya 6 April or lokiše dilo. They advised us re regroup gabotse going back till ma-Afrika re hwetšana lefelo le le teng. Ge re hwetšane ga gona taba gore tlo tsoga ra re ba Action SA ba tla ba le mo re tla ba gore le gona. Ma-Afrika ke a go leboga speaker ga ke na mantšu a mantši tobela.
Thank you very much. Now we give to Councillor D. Williams Moses, PA.
That's another Amper Mayor.
Hello. Check mic. Right, all protocols observed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To start off with, we wish to extend our sincerest condolences to all of the families in Hammanskraal. And then I would like to state, I am paraphrasing. The EM stated that while...
Sorry, Councillors, please, can we allow her to speak, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The EM stated that while my mayoral committee and I have prepared an adjustment budget, a review of the integrated development plan and the drafted budget for the next financial year, conducted public participation and internal management meetings. We have also tried to visit as many communities as possible. I would just like to state, yet none of these interactions was made to my own ward in Ward 43 in Region 6. We were removed from the schedule. Thus, our community members and residents did not have any input in this regard. And I'm also not sure how many other communities were excluded from this process. Honorable Speaker, it was also stated that if we want to build a capital city that works for all of its people, one where no one is left behind, then we must first get real. Our focus must return to the basics of local government, in short, water, electricity, waste collection, sewage, roads, public lighting, and safety. Yet these services are only prioritized to certain areas and the rest neglected to a large extent. We are experiencing burst pipes on a daily basis, dark streets, leaving our residents feeling unsafe, with escalations done but no action being made. Red tape and slow processes for adopted spot initiatives to curb illegal dumping is alarming, to say the least. Potholes damaging our residents' cars with no recourse to lay claims. So I am not quite sure where this is happening, because it's certainly not happening where I'm coming from. The EM also noted that back-to-back stage 5 and 6 load shedding makes it very difficult. The excessive wear and tear caused by load shedding damages our infrastructure, depletes our repairs and maintenance budgets, and creates proactive opportunities for criminals to attack and strip our electricity installations. Thus, we are experiencing rolling blackouts and unplanned power outages on a daily basis, whereby residents are left in darkness for days on end, leaving us on the ground to answer to irate residents in our communities. I only have one question in this regard. Why are some areas exempted due to old and outdated infrastructure, but not others? It also leads in my own community. It also leads to criminal activities, as well as the increase of cable theft. Where is our TMPD? Because we do not have SEPs to our disposal in our areas. Our residents are billed incorrectly and faced with disconnections of services, whereby there is no real recourse for billing errors. Yet other places are afforded for the historical debt to be written off. It is also said that the degrading of our water and sewage systems, leading to sewage spillages in communities like Winterveld, Mabopane, and Chantel, as well as the devastation that happened in Hammanskraal. The adverse findings or audit received for 2021-2022 financial year was the result of misrepresentation made by the former CFO of the city. Yet, there was also other factors involved which contributed to our current state of affairs, e.g. payments to incorrect beneficiaries, which was previously spoken on in this council. Honorable Speaker, it was also stated that the core mandate of the TMPD is by law enforcement, visible policing, and traffic control. We wish to see more visibility in our areas where required. We also wish to see collaboration with community stakeholders in this regard to curb issues on the ground moving forward. The EM further stated that everything that is broken in our city can be fixed and restored. I am convinced of it, and I will work tirelessly to demonstrate that it is possible. We only have one plea as the Patriotic Alliance in this regard, for this to be evident in all of our communities in the city of Tshwane as a collective, and not just for a selected few. Let us change the political landscape of how politics are done moving forward by bringing the heart of politics to all of our people in our communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now this meeting is adjourned for lunch, and it's 1:45. We'll come back at 2:45. Yes, Councillor Ratukwan.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF had 8 minutes allocated, and I said that when I speak, I will take part of it and then the remainder. But it seems like we are journeying, so we'll see.
Yeah, there is still time for EFF. When we come back, the first speaker is EFF.
No. Yeah, I by election, the exhaustion of the by election.
On our council calendar.
Yeah. Sorry, sorry. So I'll do that. I shall holler at them. And I'm sure also
Councillors, can we all take our seats, please? Councillors, let's continue with our meeting. I've got 4 speakers left, which is EFF, RCT, ANC, and DA. Then we hand over to the executive mayor to respond. On my list is Councillor Ratikwan. I think he's not in yet. I will skip that and come back to. You are doing it? All right. Okay. Councillors, can we all be in order, please? Thank you very much. EFF, 4 minutes, please.
Yeah, can everyone settle down so that we give our response, please? Order everyone to settle down, Speaker, before we start. So we assume that our time is still paused. So everyone must settle down because leadership is going to speak now. Can we then proceed? No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Council. Councillors, the meeting has started. Can we give the councillor a space to speak, please? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, the Speaker, and to the caucus of the EFF. We want to extend our greetings. Now, let me take this opportunity to also extend our heartfelt condolences to the people or families in Hammanskraal whose people or who their loved ones have been lost by a crisis created by the DA-led coalition. Now, before I start, Speaker, I want to respond to a certain political dwarf here
who claimed that the EFF is full of clowns and was grandstanding in what we were doing yesterday. And I want to say that that political dwarf must understand that, firstly, the EFF is a protest movement. Now, being a protest movement, we are then protesting against the irresponsible, reckless, and childish statement.
Councillor, let us not use the name clowns. Councillor, can we, Councillor Matebula, I'm speaking to your leader here. I'm speaking to your leader. Can you put your hand down? Can we not use the name clown? Please. And Ngela, we withdraw. The name clown, Ngela, we withdraw. We are all councillors. Please. Dwarfs.
All right, no, it's fine. Allow the clowns to continue then.
Now, when we are responding to this political nincompoop, we are then saying that we were protesting yesterday because of the reckless, irresponsible, and childish statement made by the mayor. Because the mayor did not want to take responsibility of the death in Hammanskraal on behalf of the city. Now, why do you do that? When people die because of the service that we are supposed to render to them. So mayor was reckless, mayor was childish, and was also irresponsible for failing to take responsibility on behalf of the city for the crisis that has happened in Hammanskraal. But we also often don't respond to colleagues, comedy. So we think that the statement that Jose Amande has made, that he's going to take, or he's going to Can I be protected, Speaker?
Continue, you are protected.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Now, Kosiaman says that he's going to hold an executive of Brink accountable. Now, I want to say to him that that is comical because he has to first start in the Action SA, where his party president, unelected president of the party, goes around bribing unethical journalists. So that's where perhaps he has to start by holding people accountable. Now,
Councillor, that is irrelevant, though. It's not. No, it's not. No. No, that's not relevant. I know you have time. I know you have time. Then stick to your speech then. Sit down, Councillor. Sit down then. Sit down. Continue, Councillor.
Now, let me then come to the response of the speech made by the executive mayor. So, Speaker,
can I tell you something, councillors? Can I say so? I noted your hands, all of you. I'll point you. Can I remind you? Can I remind you? Time is against us. I just want to remind you on that. The time is against us. We must finish this agenda today. So time is against us. So whatever that we are doing, let's consider that. Let's consider that. Just a second, Councillor, just a second. Noted. Is it a point of order or point of information? Okay, go ahead.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. On the contrary of time, Speaker, I would wish that we continue with the agenda of today, and let's stop benchmarking on the issue of the 12,5 that some of them we don't have. That money is not corruption. That money was paid by Ndate Mashaba from his own pocket. It never stole from them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thank you. All right, councillors, Councillor Matebula. Councillor Matebula. Councillor Matebula. Okay, Councillor. Yeah, I'm pointing the hands that were raised. If you are going to speak on this item again, I'm not allowing you. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. A point of information, I just wanted to clarify that a clown's favorite color is red. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mwafriga, please continue. Can we continue with the meeting, please? Councillors, you want me to entertain you or whatever you are saying now? Do you want me to entertain that or we proceed with the agenda? Continue, Councillor.
No, thanks, Speaker. We just wanted to give a distinction. We said that we don't generally respond to committee, but wanted to give a distinction between a bribery and a pay. So there's difference between that. Now let's then get to the response, the speech delivered by the mayor. So we are going to then deal with or focus on what ought to happen in the immediate executive mayor, because this is oftenly what we do. We give you an alternative, a plan of what needs to happen in the middle of a crisis. And then if you don't do that, you are yourself to blame, because you are then going to fall on your own sword. Now, there's one writer who says that the true test of customer service fitness is not when things are going right, but rather when things are done when things go wrong. Now, that's what he says. Now, what is happening currently in the city executive mayor is that nothing is going right. And what you do as the executive of the ANC, of the DA, is that you are shifting the blame. You are shifting the blame to other people. You don't take responsibility. Now, this is basically what you ought to do in the immediate mayor of the DA. The first thing is that you are complaining about the finances of the city, yet you are still keeping a person who has given the residents of Tshwane the way he despises them, who has given them an adverse audit opinion. Why do you keep that person if you want to solve the finances of the city? Because he is the reason we are in the same position. So I'm saying that MMC of Finance must be the first person you excuse from your own executive if you solving the problems, the financial problems of the city is anything to go by. The second person that you need to attend to is a person by the name of Grant, who does not know what he's doing. If this is not about saving the face of the coalition,
Sorry, Councillor. Is that a point of order? Okay.
What's the problem? Point of order now?
Can you Can you use a mic that is working, please?
It's not carried, man.
Now let's proceed, Speaker. Now we have a situation in Tshwane where during load shed.
Sorry, Councillor, let me respond to him. Can you continue? I didn't hear you what you are saying.
Speaker, the point he's making's got nothing to do with the item on the agenda. Therefore, I'm referring you to point 35 of the Rules and Orders relevance. Can we please proceed to the item
on the agenda?
On a point of information.
Councillors,
information.
We are in a debate of the speech. So let's continue with that. Councillor.
No, thanks. I'm saying that there is no plan by Grandi to come with a plan to combat crime, particularly in the inner city of Tshwane and the rest of the townships. Now we have a problem, Speaker, that during load shedding, where our traffic lights are not working, the homeless people have taken over. They've taken control of that, and we know that that is wrong. Now, why is that created? Because we are harboring an MMC of community safety who preside over more than 4,000 metro police, and he does not know how to utilize them. So what should happen with Grant is that he must go to Johannesburg and be enrolled under the MMC Dr. Mcini Chwagu there in Johannesburg, who's doing a very wonderful job. He must go there for 2 months just to learn how to handle that particular portfolio. Now, the other one is our fellow here from a member of the collaborators who collaborated with the white people under dark days of our country. Now, the fellow here has got no idea, none whatsoever, the fellow of the IFP. Our Tshwane is filthy, dirty. Tshwane is dirty.
Councillor. Councillor. Can I be allowed to respond? Can I be allowed to respond? Can I be allowed to respond? Can you allow me to respond? Can you allow me to respond? Councillor Ratugan, can you allow me to respond? Can you sit down, Alderman? Alderman, can you sit down? Can you sit down? Councillors, the councillor that is speaking, Alderman, is left with 2 minutes. No. Listen, he's left with 2 minutes, and we are taking that 2 minutes. Can we allow him to finish? Councillor, you've got 2 minutes to finish. Wrap it up, please. Can we continue, councillors? MMC Brandy, MMC Tennessee. Can you cancel? Can you cancel? MMC, did you use the word fuck you? Can you sit down then? Thank you very much. Continue, finish up, Councillor, please. Can we continue, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, look, on a point of information, we don't want you to be undermined by this attitude, White Bure. And Speaker, let me tell you something. Don't take any side here, but this is what needs to be done. We are not going to be undermined by these white guys. And no one have our speaking notes. You don't know what we're exactly going to respond here. Don't come here and behave as if you know our speaking notes. We are not in our caucus.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much. Can I state this? When someone is speaking, allow me to respond to that person, because you don't give me that space to do it. Allow me to respond. Then if you are not happy with my response, then we talk about it. Can we continue, Councillor?
No, so we maintain that Grant is very much useless in that position, in that portfolio, and therefore he must be relieved from his duties. So the other issue is that the mayor's speech did not inspire any hope about the question of jobs. City of Tshwane is consists of a number of institutions of higher learning. Now, in the time where the unemployment is going up, we had all hoped and expected the mayor that he would also touch on the issue of job creation. Now, lastly, Speaker, is that the issue of insourcing is a council resolution, and therefore it's not up for a negotiation. So it must be implemented. So what was supposed to happen is that after we've taken 1,400 security which are on the site currently, we are supposed to then move to a second phase of the insourcing, because in the council resolution we're clear that the city.
You've got 30 seconds, Councillor.
The city is going to insource up to 4,000 security personnel. Now, lastly, just to cut my speech short, Speaker, we are going to a 10th anniversary as the EFF, and we are inviting all the residents of Tshwane and South Africa at large to come to listen to the president of the EFF as he delivers not only the state.
Your time is up, Councillor. Your time is up.
Yes, address the problems we have in the country. So thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Let's move to Councillor AWF Middelburg. Alderman Maluleke.
No, Speaker, we are observing the behavior of the leading coalition. You are the Speaker. They tell you when to stop people that are on the platform. Is the very same thing that they're doing, should it be done to those that are coming from that side? Because the mayor is going to speak. We can do it. We can stop, we can howl the mayor and can not respond. Is that how we should go? Grant is an MMC, he misbehaves. He behaves like a small child. That old man there, they call it, behaves like a small child. Therefore, we must tell him he should not be excited. He's still dealing with his health. He must look after his health. He must deal with that. No, don't tell me what to say. You're not stopping him when he was making noise, when you're standing behind him. You're not standing behind him there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Maluleka. Can we move on to Councillor Mikkelberg, please?
He was making noise, insulting people there.
Councillor Mikkelberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a few minutes of the mayor's speech, there was a glimmer of hope that we will be having a frank discussion. Could it be that we were going to talk about how it came about that in 2016, the city had 3 months cost coverage in the bank, but after 7 years of the coalition's government, we don't have money to get us to tomorrow? Was he going to talk about exactly why 7 billion in debtors in 2016 became 23 billion today? Was he going to detail how it came about that the irregular expenditure of the last year alone amounted to 1.9 billion, more in 1 year than the accumulated irregular expenditure of the previous government's entire last term in office? Or talk about our current liabilities at 30% of budget with no provisions or accruals to provide for the settlement thereof in the next financial year? Or the fall of the city's credit rating from investment grade to rock bottom junk in 2020 after just 4 years of coalition rule? Or talk to us about how it came that despite an accumulated rates increases of about 240% over the last 6 years, our budget remains static, very much where it was in 2016 at about 43 billion. We could have done with a frank conversation, but once again, he lost himself in hackneyed maze of DA-isms. Our lack of revenue, he claimed, will be alleviated by the strict application of credit control. No, Mayor, it won't. Payment delinquency, cash flight, ratepayer migration, and compliance resistance is the result of a profound combination of social factors. The best credit control in the world will not resolve that if the city remains on its current path with policies that undermine our economic growth and destroy the value of citizens in the city. He mentions the need to save 30% on expenditure, but then he promptly proposes a budget that increases expenditure. We agree with him that there is a need to reduce our reliance on Eskom. The mayor set the aspirational target of 1,000 megawatts of own capacity from a refurbished Rooiwal. But Rooiwal has a maximum capacity of only 300 megawatts. Rooiwal, Pretoria West, and the 2 old Eskom power stations together has a potential to generate just about half of the target he set. Regardless, this project will have our support for as long as the procurement process is done properly. Let me conclude with a few words on Hammanskraal. Our condolences go out to all the bereaved families. This tragedy was always preventable. In my opposition to the current budget, I raised the mortal risk of underfunding the treatment of water supply to residents as one of the reasons for my vote against this budget. Let me reiterate what I said at the time. Waterborne disease have historically been the greatest mass killer in urban environments. It speaks for itself of all the municipalities' priorities, that of providing clean and safe water and removing effluent safely must always rank first. The test results allegedly showed an overdose of chlorine in the samples taken. This, Mr. Speaker, is remarkable because the chlorinator at Rooiwal has been out of commission for at least 2 years. No chlorine has been dosed by the chlorinator to the water by normal processes. The test results point to a manual addition of chlorine, likely after the fact and probably as a cover-up. The residents of Hammanskraal is entitled to a more thorough investigation than what is being done now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are moving to TJ Shume. ANC, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity I'm given. Speaker, I would like to start with giving my deepest condolences to the people of Hammanskraal, our own community, which had been subjected to this matter by the coalition government, which is the DA and its parties and its subordinates. Speaker, let me start with these words. I don't know, man. I'm thinking that there's something wrong with this coalition party. We usually hear and be told these superficial stories where they say, where they govern well. But thus far, what we have subjected to is as embarrassing as an episode befitting to be movie script. The DA walks around with a false sense of self, a narrative only understood by themselves. They have now added other political parties. I don't know whether we can call political parties or we can call boys and girls of DA, because they are told how to jump, whether they jump high or low. They are always sharing this madness of DA. Speaker, the DA had collapsed the city beyond belief. The provision of self-delivery has taken a back seat, just like the 30 townships of Khayelitsha, Guguletu, Nyangalanga, Cape or Cape Flats.
Councillor, point of order, there is.
Somebody is pressing the mic. Please stop howling while the speaker is speaking. We want to listen to the speaker. So if he doesn't have tolerance, it's not our problem. We want to listen to the speaker, so he must not drown the speaker while the speaker is speaking. If he's got problems, it's his problems. He must request. They must give him time. He will be part of the debate.
Hey, thank you very much. Can we allow the councillor to finish his speech? MMC, can we allow the councillor to finish? Time is against us. Trust me. Councillor, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. As I was saying, this DA coalition and its, I don't want to say something because they will get offended, puppies or whatever. Speaker, they're really irritating these people because whatever they are doing is for themselves, more especially the DA. Those puppies, they doesn't know what they're doing. Speaker, I would like to go ahead and say the DA-led government had collapsed the city beyond belief. As I've mentioned already, the Cape Town issue of Khayelitsha, Guguletu, Nyanga, and the rest, which had been neglected since they had voted for them. Now it's Soshanguve, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, Garangua, and Winterfeld, of which our township resembles a wasteful site. I don't know whether they are aware of that, Speaker. We've got a problem of waste collection. It's not collected. Potholes is a permanent feature in our townships. Projects are incomplete. There is a waste spillage all over there, Speaker. Carrying on, Speaker, the DA, when they came into power, they removed Metropolis from the power stations. As we speak today, almost all those power stations are vandalized. Projects in our township are standing idling, while the executive mayor continues to drive around with the message filled with hopeless and despair, saying he could fix the city. How can executive mayor fix the city, whereas at the other side want to get rid of the regions, of which those regions were actually created to make sure that the provision of the services is done efficiently and localized level? I wonder whether if he removes those regions, is it because those people, they are not professional enough as the white who are incompetent in those offices. Now, I think he's got the idea of going to Cape Town and collect some other wild folks which will occupy those offices.
Councillor, you've got 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll just finish up. Instead of fixing the problem we are having as the executive mayor, as he gets into the office of being a mayor, Speaker, he's dreaming, or he had been dreaming of being a mayor. He actually embarked on a gratitude of crusade of parachuting himself as a savior of the city, rendered useless services whereby there's no services in our community.
Your time is up.
Better should be. Better should be.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is MMC KH Wickling, DA.
Good afternoon, Speaker, dear Speaker, Executive Mayor, and fellow councillors. My submission today is about honesty. Our Executive Mayor and MMC of Finance have been brutally honest about what is happening in the city. We faced almost unsurmountable challenges combined with few available funds to do something about these massive challenges. I believe that honesty is key to facing our challenges with what little you have. As far as the Soca and the financial budget is concerned, I quote Barack Obama, "A budget is more than just a series of numbers on a page. It's an embodiment of our values." Honesty to ourselves, to our residents and voters is a key value of this coalition government. The true honesty of the state of the city that was made by the Executive Mayor resulted in an honest budget represented by our MMC of Finance, by a coalition government committed to work for all residents of Tshwane. Mr. Speaker, this morning we received this brutal and honest realities from our young daughters from Winterveld. This speaker has left our heads in shame. 29 years after ANC rule, our daughters are still faced with the realities of load shedding, poor education support, and protection from unscrupulous old men. Speaker, unlike our beloved ANC President, Honorable President Ramaphosa, we as a coalition government are very sure the difference between an electrical engineer and a civil engineer. We ask the ANC today, who should lead us out of this electricity crisis that hurts the city's finances and every citizen in every corner and aspect of our lives?
Councillors, please. MMC.
Can I continue, Speaker? Thank you. Speaker, considering the state of the city address and applying these budgets, we need honesty from every sector of our society, and I'm starting with council. To be honest, Speaker, we need to ensure that the quorum of council are protected and the maturity of us as councillors are elevated through vigorous, lively debates and not the circus acts and the cheap political shenanigans we have seen recently manifesting in council, and in particular from our EFF partners. Citizens expect us to be serious about our money, about their money and their livelihoods. Let us be serious about the work we do. As far as the officials of the city is concerned, in my time as MMC, I can say with an open conscience that many officials I have met are good, honest, talented, hardworking officials who show up every day committed to make Tshwane work, and this under very difficult circumstances. This is the honesty we need. A further honesty we need is to get rid of those officials that suck the life out of Tshwane and not contributing to Tshwane residents and their well-being. These acts of ill discipline, corruption, bribery, theft, sabotage, and laziness must stop today. Speakers, we do not need scoundrels and criminals to work and live among us. We will demand from all our officials to adopt an honesty as a core value. Honesty will see everybody put 100% effort into their daily work. Speaker, honesty will see us achieve our revenue collection targets, which will allow us to invest more into the city, providing quality service to our residents, promoting investment in ensuring the sustainability of the business that will lead to job creation. Speaker, one of the core focuses of the State of City Address was the implementation of proper performance management systems. We will pave the way for monitoring on our top performance officials and rewarding them accordingly. Performance management is about honest accountability to our residents. It's being honest about what we're going to do with our time to earn our salaries and meet the challenges head on. I've also got a message for the residents of the city, and I want to be honest with them too. I implore you to take up the honesty as a core value. We as a city expect you as a citizen to pay your bills. Take care of your community and help us to protect the little that we have.
30 seconds.
Let me go to the end of my speech. I want to make this point today. Let us be honest about how we spend our 262 million rand on water tankers from external service providers. This is not right. Drinkable water should be provided by pipes, community water taps, points, and tested boreholes to all residents where we are able to do so, Speaker. And Speaker, we need to use water tankers, those tankers that should be owned by the city, containing water that residents know is clean and safe to drink.
Thank you very much, MMC. Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Yes, I said he's got 30 seconds. I know I gave him a notice that he's got 30 seconds left. So your time is up, MMC. Thank you. Just wrap up.
Mr. Mayor, it's my intention to bring to you a proposal to this council to purchase our own fleet of water tankers, so that we can ensure MMC 4C has more money to install water pipes to homes and inviting and the upgrade of Rooiwal. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. That is the end of our speeches in terms of the debate. Now I will call upon the Executive Mayor to respond on the debate. Executive Mayor.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I appreciate the fairly decent way in which ideas were exchanged in this debate, with one or two exceptions of colourful expression. But let's try and rise above the rhetoric and address the substance. Unfortunately, due to time, I won't be able to address each and every contribution that was made, but I think there were similar themes across several speeches. In response to Councillor Khosimang, I thank you for your inputs, and I appreciate our relationship in the multi-party coalition. We'll continue to build that relationship, to strengthen it, to include our joint manifesto in the policies and programs of the city. As for the provision of our coalition agreement that deals with reducing contracted services and employing our own staff to do certain services, it's important that a financial assessment be done, a business case, as the coalition agreement refers to it. And we have already agreed in our discussions how this will be done to make sure that we land our full coalition manifesto in government. What is important is that we avoid some of the mistakes of the past, where blanket insourcing has led to debilitating obligations for the city without the equipment, the infrastructure, the monitoring, and reasonable provision for the concomitant costs of taking over certain services. In the financial situation of the city, those things are very important. And as we recover our finances, we must look at services such as waste collection and consider whether trading services such as those shouldn't rather be in our own hands instead of being completely outsourced, as is presently the case, MMC Zwane.
Councillor McKenna and Majola referred to the DA government and 7 years of DA government. And let me just make the point that we have had coalition governments. One coalition government from 2016 to 2021, another coalition government with more parties this time around. It's an important point to make because so much of this country's politics and so much of the history of the city has been a story of one-party dominance. Even before 1994 was a story of one-party dominance. And so, if one party is in power for so long, with such huge, yeah, indeed, national party, quite right, you got the reference. So if one party is in power for so long, the separation between the administration and the executive, between the...
Sorry, Executive Mayor. Can we allow the Executive Mayor to respond, please, councillors? Thank you.
Thanks. So if you have a dominant party rule, the separation between party and state erodes over time, and it creates an entirely different organizational culture. So in 2016, that came to an end. We are in the growth phase of our democracy. South Africa will probably never have a dominant party again. The future of this country, much of this country, will be coalitions. And we are going to have to learn to navigate without deployed cadres, without capture of the state. We're going to have to learn how to deal with a post-dominant party government. And there are challenges. There's no doubt that there are challenges, mistakes, hits and misses, but it's something that we have to get used to. Councillor McKenna mentioned the Glad Africa matter, in particular, Executive Mayor Solim Simanga. The irony of that is it was Executive Mayor Simanga who brought the Glad Africa forensic report to this municipal council. Yes. It was Mayor Simanga who brought him to this municipal council. And it was blocked by the opposition. That investigation was blocked by the opposition. So I remember it because I was there.
Sorry, Executive Mayor, councillors, please. Yeah, but councillors. Alderman Maluleke. Alderman Maluleke, please. I know how you feel, but can we do it in a proper way? Then in order taken.
No stem, well.
Look for the mic that is working, Alderman.
Can I finish? Let me just finish.
Is your mic off, Executive Mayor? Is your mic off? Councillors, that's a point of order that he's raising. Can you allow him to? I'll be the one that say it's not. And the executive mayor is here to respond. So can we be please disciplined? Okay, Alderman, continue. Finish your point of order.
Give us the mic.
I'm a liberator.
Ashir, Marshal, come here. I will.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. Executive Mayor, I'm sure I was not there the time of Solim Simang. So I won't say you are lying or you are not. But if what you are saying it's a lie, as the parties are requesting, can you withdraw if that is a lie? Councillors, 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 councillor, alderman. Listen, I'm addressing the executive mayor. Can we allow him to respond? Can we allow him to respond, please? What is your point of order?
Thank you, sir. You have switched me off 5 times when you have ignored me. A point of order is I'm referring Councillor Marashani to rules and ethics for calling the mayor a liar. Thank you, sir.
We rather refer the liar. We rather
councillors, councillors. Councillors. Can we allow the executive mayor to respond? Can we do that? Can we allow the executive mayor to respond? Executive mayor.
Speaker, thank you. For the record, former Executive Mayor Solim Simanga brought a report and a recommendation to this council for the Glad Africa matter to be investigated. Together, Speaker, am I allowed to respond or am I just going to be interrupted?
Councillors, I've noted your hand, Alderman Maluleka. Can we allow him to finish the response? Then Alderman Maluleka is raising his hand to respond on that. Okay, Alderman Maluleka.
I remember it. It was in August. Yes. 28.
Point of information, Alderman Maluleka.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, point of information is allowed. You don't know the rules. Do suspend that because of the mayor? No, the mayor is the councillor. The mayor is the councillor. He must, now when the point of information is raised, the mayor must sit down and listen to the point of information. Then,
councillors, there is a point of information which is allowed to be given. So over to you, Alderman Maluleka.
No, thanks, Speaker. We are not immune from. Wait.
Can you stop talking as well? Alderman Maluleka.
They must leave that clown that makes noise. It's called McDonald's. He gets excited when I talk every time. The issue here, if the mayor, he must not misrepresent facts. And we want to test that one, Speaker. We are going to take Glad Africa to MPEC. Call it at MPEC. And see who unraveled issues of Glad Africa. Officials and politicians of the DA who are involved as beneficiaries in that tender. We want to test it. We are going to take it to MPEC. The chair's here. You must call for that report there, Hulu. We want to see who brought that report. Yeah, Glad Africa and how it was investigated. Thank you. We are not immune from debate.
Councillor Masalin.
Of information. Thank you very much, Speaker. On the 15th of August 2018, a in-committee report was brought to Council by Executive Mayor Solim Simang, which 25 of the EFF councillors and 89 councillors of the ANC. Many of them are not here. They voted against that particular report. Speaker, it's an open council report. You can open it. You have it on this. It's
Okay, councillors, 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 there is a point of information.
Thank you.
Can we give a chance for a point of information, please? Please, can we do that? A point of information, councillor?
Thank you, sir. For a point of information for the selective amnesia of council.
Councillor who's speaking, I didn't give you an opportunity to do that. I gave the councillor there in the corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. On a point of information.
Councillor, can you wait for me to point at you? There is another point of information here. Thank you.
My speaker is on, sir, and I can't switch it off for you.
Thanks a lot, Speaker. Point of information, Speaker. The reason that the report was rejected was on the basis that it wanted to leave responsibility with only the city manager and did not want to go for political responsibility. Like the report that we have now of Royval, we are focusing all on the officials, but the oversight is not even investigated. That's why we rejected it. We rejected an incomplete investigation on the Clan Africa issue. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you very much. Point of information there at the corner, councillor.
Thank you. It's Councillor Millett, Speaker. For my colleagues who have selective amnesia, who also serve in Impact, and those who were the new ones, the GLAD Africa report served in 2021 at Impact. It was approved by Council for Action, and it was also approved to take action to recover against numerous people. And it was, so if you don't know it was in Impact, please note it was. It had full recommendations. And then the acting city manager and the CFO plus another official blocked all the recommendations. So the city manager now, I will send an email to request that all those recommendations, and I will provide them, that were approved by council, which they all sit in and they have selective amnesia about, that those recommendations will be followed through. It includes Jason Ngubeni, because that's where GLAD Africa started. When he...
Thank you. Councillors, let me, councillors, 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 for progress sake, Alderman Maluleke, for progress sake, councillors, 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 don't blame me if I attend this meeting. Really, don't blame me. Really, don't blame me, because what we are doing is not right. My request is that now you are deliberating on a report that I know nothing about, and you want me to rule or respond on it, on a report that I was not there when you were discussing. If I may ask, if I may ask, the executive mayor, to pause this report, then continue with your speech, and we get the report so that I can be familiar with it. Because now you want me to respond on something that I have no clue about it. Because we are going to start here. We are going to start here. Okay, let's give the executive mayor to continue, please.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I mean, this is a point of debate. It's not necessary to interrogate it, but you know, in responding to issues raised by other councillors, there will be controversial issues, and then we debate it. But then to stop me from continuing with my speech, I think that would be unfair. But Speaker, in the interest of moving forward, and we can do whatever investigation, if there's any evidence, further evidence or action on Glad Africa, let us do it. Speaker, my predecessor, Randall Williams, was criticized for the Tswane Yatima campaign, in particular, the credit control action taken against other organs of state. But let me say that this is essential. If we look at some of the other municipalities in this country, including eThekwini, billions are owed by provincial and national government. And if we allow them to get away with it just because we think it's essential to keep government's lights on, then what message do we send to ordinary people? I think all organs of state must pay their bills, must pay their rates and taxes and their service charges, and we must act against them. Councillor McKenna mentioned the Auditor General's findings, which I also touched in my speech. I didn't try to paper any of that over, as he quite well knows. The reference to 10 billion rand irregular expenditure is accumulated irregular expenditure, including irregular expenditure going back as far as a decade. Now we've got to ask, what is the blockage in the pipeline from forensic reports to MPAC so that we can deal with those matters in terms of the MFMA? That is a very important question, and one which I've engaged the city manager about, and which I know members of MACO are equally concerned about. This pipeline of forensic reports to MPAC mustn't be leaking so that certain things get through to MPAC and other things don't. So that is an essential part, and I look forward to also working with the chairperson of MPAC, who is dependent on Group Audit and Risk providing that committee with those forensic reports. I will speak more about Rooiwal. I've already mentioned a lot of it, a lot of matters about Rooiwal, but let me also just say, it is not as simple as just saying hand Rooiwal over to national government. It has to be a partnership, because if the city simply hands over the plant without assurances that the capital expenditure will be done there, because we need extensive capital expenditure, then we'll just be abdicating our own responsibility, and we can't do that. We have to make sure whatever partnership is made to upgrade Rooiwal includes significant capital, and the possibility is there that the city can source funding in cooperation with Water Department from the DBSA or other funding sources. MMC Tennyson, I agree with most of the matters, all of the matters that you've raised. I think we're in accord. Thank you too for your commitment, also expressed by Councillor Erasmus to the coalition. What you have mentioned about the importance of disciplinary cases in the TMPD, I can only commend that. We have to have a TMPD that we can be proud of, that we can trust, and I will continue to support your efforts in that regard. Also, thank you for the efforts that you've made in terms of promoting CIDs, the work that you've done with the Roslyn CID. And indeed, this is a concept that need not only be limited to business areas and suburbs, traditional suburbs. We can also apply the same principle in townships to safeguard communities, to pool private resources, and I think it can only benefit our communities. What you've mentioned about councillors who owe arrears, municipal officials who owe arrears, that I mentioned too in my State of the City speech, and the law must go its course, no matter who the party is, whether it's me or you or the opposition. The law must take its course. We must all pay our obligations. Councillor Morake, also thank you for your commitment and your contribution to the coalition. The point that you've made about consequence management is very important. And this was also a theme that I touched on in my discussions with opposition leaders, where the message was clear that we must act against corruption and irregularity, and that this council chamber will not be a safe harbor for officials against consequences of their own bad actions. There must be consequences. It's essential to maintaining the public trust. Councillor Bocello, you mentioned a few things, but the one that I do want to respond to is the criticism of not providing for salary increases in the budget. And indeed, this is an extremely difficult decision to make for any institution. It creates problems of morale, it creates potential problems of productivity. But the point is, we've got to look at the finances of the city, what we're able to afford, and also remember that there were excessive salary increases in the 2018-19 financial year, up to 18% increases. We can investigate the causes of that, and I think the Chief Whip has mentioned the disciplinary matters against Trudeau and what's the other one? Cook. And those things must be fully investigated and consequences must follow. But the point is, we are in part, Councillor Bocello, in this position because of 18% increases granted outside of collective bargaining only a few years before. And that I've mentioned before, Speaker.
Was hired by
Oh, yes, I said Cook. Yes.
Was hired by ANC. Was hired by
Speaker, speak.
Alderman, allow the executive mayor to.
Yeah. In the interest of continuing, Councillor Lucy, you mentioned that everything is falling apart in the city. It's a disaster. Action. Of course, circumstances are difficult, and I think I tried to convey that in the State of the City speech. I said, this is not a speech of achievements, how wonderful things are faced by the city. Just one last matter, Councillor Moalusi. I think that as difficult as things are in Tshwane, at least it's not as disastrous as Johannesburg. But so, Councillor Mabotsa, I take the contributions that you've made, also the criticisms of where you thought the speech was lacking. It was my first State of the City speech. I tried to do my best, but I'll continue to take advice and I'll continue to consult colleagues and to get input from yourselves as well as including coalition partners and the opposition. But I think you've made a number of valid points. My colleague, MMC Madzebatela, let me just say that, Speaker, whatever off-the-record remarks you've made, I must say that I have got a great deal of respect for politicians with energy that enjoy the cut and thrust of debate. And that is certainly the MMC for Human Settlements. In fact, he reminds me a little bit of myself. And in that, we've got an affinity. We've got to keep things alive here. He makes a number of important points also about Rooiwal, the fact that that plant was reaching the end of its capacity as early as 2004, warnings in 2008, environmental regulations in 2011, and of course, the failures of the tender in 2019, the irregularities, the award of a contract to a person whose consortium is implicated in state capture. That forensic report was considered by this municipal council, and those disciplinary steps and the consequences must follow. And again, I am delighted by the fact that we now have the assurance that this council will not be a safe harbor for the corrupt and those who abuse processes and steal public money. The point of what I'm saying is it has been a long line of failures and excuses by several administrations. By several administrations. We've got to admit that. But the line of excuses and failures must end now. And I think you make a very valuable point about the need for us to debate in a civilized manner, in an orderly manner in this council chamber, not to disrupt each other, so that we can exchange ideas, so that we can differ, so that we can improve upon the ideas in each of our own minds. Because if we simply want to propagate our own ideas and shut down debate, we won't learn anything. Councillor Williams-Moses, the issue that you raised about public participation in Eersterus was also taken up by Councillor Lawrence. And it would seem that there was an initial list of public participation spots. Eersterus was on that, and then there were changes made. So I think there was confusion in the matter, but the issue that you raised is very valid. I think there were still opportunities to make input into the budget, but the frustration that you've expressed was also expressed by Councillor Lawrence as well as MMC Tennyson. I look forward to coming to Eersterus. In fact, I was in Eersterus to do a radio interview, but I accept that that is not a proper visit. But I look forward to coming to Eersterus and addressing the issues. And let me give the assurance that the philosophy of this government is to build a capital city that works for all of its people. Implicit in that is social mobility, spending on poor communities to build infrastructure. And that's why the poorest communities, Region 1, for example, gets the most of the capital budget of the city. Of course, that capital budget is not enough, but we do believe in social mobility and helping the poor and creating an environment in which people can move up in life. The issues that you've raised in regards to the police station in Eersterus, the problems with cable theft, we can only agree with that and see to what extent the Tshwane Metro Police can augment the efforts of the South African police, especially in policing vandalism of infrastructure. Councillor Tsabadi, the issues that you've raised around land and hostels are also matters that we addressed in meetings with leaders of political parties. I hope that some of the announcements made by MMC Sutton in regards to the Mamelodi hostels will assist in moving us forward. But of course, we know there are various areas where hostels and ownership and illegal occupation of hostels is a major issue, and we must address this. And this is also a matter which is very close to MMC Zwane's heart. Councillor Tsabadi, I do not think that this speech and the offer of this government has got nothing to offer for the poor. In fact, it is the poor that need a clean, effective, corruption-free government most of all. And I said this before, there isn't a conflict or there isn't a contradiction between a city that works and one that is inclusive and uplifting of the poor. In fact, you cannot have a city that uplifts the poor if it doesn't work properly, if it doesn't offer clean, corruption-free government. Those things are two sides of the same coin. Councillor Mabugwane, I understand the description of a protest movement, and I have respect for that. But of course, it's one thing to be a protest movement. It's another to take responsibility for government. And of course, there must be debate. There must be an exchange of views. But very often to be a government means to make difficult decisions, unpopular decisions, more than just shouting and protest, but budgets and plans and delivery and accountability. But I'm sure as our democracy matures, we will get there. Councillor Middelburg mentions that in 2016, we had a cost coverage ratio of 3 months of money in the bank to cover our running expenses. I don't quite recall that. I remember our cash flow being far more constrained. We'll look into that. But what I do remember from 2016 is the Payo smart meter contract, the Tshwane broadband contract, the Moipori fleet contract. I remember the city not having cars to attend to electricity outages and water leaks. I remember the city getting a credit upgrade after we set aside the Payo smart meter matter. So I think if you remember a prosperous, rosy picture of 2016, you might be deluded. But let me just clarify, Speaker, it's not our intention to generate 1,000 megawatts of power at Rooiwal. What we said is, within the next 3 years, we must do two things that must get us 1,000 megawatts independent of Eskom. We must invest in Rooiwal, public-private partnership, or offer to the public how can we use that facility. And I hope that the opposition will support such a proposal when it comes to council. But the other option is to procure from IPPs. So if Councillor Middleburg misunderstood that, here is the clarification. We've got to do both. We've got to procure from IPPs. We've got to invest in our own generation capacity. And we must do that within the 3 years, because if we don't, load shedding is going to continue to eat away at our revenue model. It's going to continue to destroy our infrastructure. And we have to act, even though our resources are limited, and we'll have to leverage what we have in the private sector. As to the chlorine at Rooiwal, Councillor Middleburg, just to assist, the tests that were done were on the Temba supply area. So Rooiwal is a wastewater treatment plant. Now, there might be a chlorine operation there, but the wastewater treatment after it's gone through the processes goes into natural river sources. That is then purified at Temba Waterworks. And it's at Temba Waterworks that there is chlorine also used. So don't confuse the water purification plant with the wastewater treatment plant, but that's a detail. I'm sure we can overcome that in conversations. Lastly, or not lastly, second last, Councillor Shume, I think it's Councillor Shume. The intention is not to disband regions. The intention is to make sure that service delivery happens more effectively. Now, in many instances, the regions create layers and layers of management and reporting that creates duplications. So an electrical engineer in a region reports to somebody who doesn't have a background in electrical engineering. Somebody who works on water pipes have to report to an RED that's not a civil engineer, hasn't got a history in engineering, maybe an expert in health or parks or something. So we've got to relook how to make the regional service delivery model better, how to eliminate duplications, and how to make officials more accountable for service delivery results. I'm sure that ward councillors will agree that the setup as it currently is not working. It's not working. Even organized labor says it's not working. So let's have that discussion and see what changes we can make to make things work. Lastly, I can just commend MMC Wakeland, the commitment that he's made, and also MMC. If we get Rooiwal to work, then we're going to need far fewer water tankers. So that's an important point to make as well. But just in closing, Speaker, there are two issues that I didn't mention in the Soca, and that is the importance of health and social development. And that was brought to us in a very dramatic way with the outbreak of the cholera. And let me just, in closing, thank our healthcare workers, our environmental health practitioners, MMC Rina Marx, the commitment of those folks, despite limited resources, very difficult circumstances. I want to commend them. And of course, if I knew last week what I know now, I would have said more about the excellent work being done by our healthcare practitioners. The same with social development, MMC De Bruin. There's a lot of commitments that we can make in that regard, and I look forward to unpacking our proposals and to working with colleagues and even the opposition, Speaker, to build a capital city that works for all its people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Now the time is 4:25, and may I request a 5 minutes with the whips of all political parties. Just here in the corner, we don't go outside, just 5 minutes. Thank you.
Aye. Siphoke mnjani?
Minjani?
Ngitshame kahle. Right.
Sami kahle. Hey, oh, gay can I get some money?
It's a little come on.
But no, I mean, no competition.
A middle back. A middle back. I'm stopping. I'm stopping.
Stop what?
The couple will continue.
No, they want to go ahead.
You want to go ahead? Yeah, great.
I'm leaving. At some stage, I'm not staying.
Hey, Debbie, what did you agree? Continue. Wait, no man. Now my son is sick, I must go.
My son.
Hey, buddy. 2 minutes, just meet at the center. You just yeah, why not? We are going to tell you nonsense when you do that. Yeah. Yeah, leave it alone.
Yeah, report. Okay. All right. Now we are continuing until the. Thank you, councillors. May we please have our seats? Councillors, please be seated. Can we have our seats, please? Councillors, please take your seats so that we can proceed. Chief Whip. Councillors, can we please take a seat? Can we sit down, please, so that we proceed? Can we proceed? Can we proceed, councillors, please? Thank you very much. Now we are moving to part one. A reference number 73417/1, Group Financial Service Department, deviation from tender process for the month of January 2023 of 2022-2023 financial year. This report is on page 6 to page 8, recommendations on page 8. On this report, I've got 4 speakers. Councillor Liwele from ANC, Councillor Mshongo from EFF, Councillor Khosi from Action SA. In fact, I've got 3. Yeah. Am I correct? I don't want you to speak in the wrong thing here. All right. On this item, which is item number 1, we've got Councillor Liwele from the ANC. 3 minutes starts now.
I waive my right to speak.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item number 2, reference number 97422/1, Group Financial Services Department, deviation from tender processes from the month of February 2023 of 2022-2023 financial year. This report is on page 9 to 20, recommendations on page 20. On this report, I've got two speakers, Councillor Mshongo and Councillor Khosman. Councillor Mshongo, EFF, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would not want to go through the entire speech.